Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I would like to call this regular meeting to order, and all of the council members are present. Councilmember Marks, would you like to lead the pledge? City Attorney, can you report out from closed session that you attended?
Yes, and for the record, I was not in attendance at the personnel matter that was agendized tonight for council consideration. Council did have independent counsel to advise on that matter because I was involved in the advice on the decision that was being reviewed. So the mayor, I understand, will have that report out. The council also met on a matter of real property negotiations over several parcels related to the Mid-Higuera bypass project, as noted on the agenda, and there was no reportable action on that matter.
Thank you so much. In the personnel matter that we had, we discussed findings. We sent information back to the attorney for final decisions, and we'll be back later on in August at some point with a date to be determined. Anything else to add? Okay, well, thank you so much for that. And we will move forward to the city manager report. No proclamations today.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Happy to be here tonight as our interim city manager is away and provide a few updates to our community. So first up, we wanted to provide a little bit more information about some parking options that are now available for folks visiting City Hall, the City County Library, or just downtown in general. The first is that we've expanded the availability of the parking lot that's directly behind City Hall. That lot is available for free public use after 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and all day Saturday and Sunday. That lot can be used for attendance at public meetings like the one we're having this evening, visiting the City County Library. And just a note, we've been working closely with them, and the busiest day of the week for them is Saturday. So the availability of the lot and the ability to promote that we think is going to be valuable to them, or to just spend some time downtown. In addition, you can see in the picture at the bottom of the slide that by the end of this month, we'll be adding 2 10-minute spaces and 2 30-minute spaces to the curb front directly in front of the library. Those will be free spaces and available to folks who may need to just drop in to return a book, pick up a book, or spend a little bit of time browsing the library and or take care of city business during daytime hours. And then finally, and hopefully some of the folks in attendance tonight were able to take advantage of this, we're now offering 1 hour of validated parking for anyone attending an advisory body or city council meeting. These validations are a little ticket. They will work in both the 919 parking structure, which is located directly across the street from City Hall, or the Marsh Street Garage. They can be picked up at the table just in front of the meeting rooms that we have, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that folks have for that. I'm happy to provide a quick update on our downtown summer spending program. So that's currently underway. Just as a reminder to everyone, every time you shop, eat, drink, or get a service or take a class in downtown San Luis Obispo, you can enter to win some great prizes. All you need to do is complete a purchase at any one of the nearly 100 participating businesses in our downtown. Scan a QR code, fill out a super short entry form, and you'll be entered for a chance to win. As a reminder, entries are not limited. Please visit and support downtown businesses as much as you'd like. And this program will be underway from July 8th to August 31st. We'll have weekly drawings for a prize package for prizes from local downtown businesses, and we'll do that drawing every Monday. A few highlights. This program has been underway for about a week now, and so I wanted to share some data with the council about how things are going. One, we're continuing to add new businesses every day. We just had an opportunity to meet with the Downtown Center Cinema today, and we're able to get them signed up on the spot, and we welcome any new business to participate at any time throughout the program. Exciting to let you know that we've had 300 entries so far in just the first week alone, and already selected our first winner and promoted them on our social media channels. And just a little bit of the qualitative data we're getting back from folks as a part of a self-reported survey. Most folks are spending $100 or more on their purchase. We are getting folks from actually across the county coming to participate and coming to our downtown. And just a special shout out to some of the businesses that are doing a great job of promoting this and are our top sources of entries, and that is the Junk Girls, Assistance League, and Summerland. For more information on this program and other economic development efforts in the city, please visit slowcity.org/summer spending. If you have driven on Choro, you may have noticed some of the work that is underway with our North Choro Greenway. Just to note that the contractor has completed the roadway work and is nearing completion of the planter box installations as well. The next major work effort for that project is going to be the installation of the decorative fence at the Choro underpass. If you've noticed, this work is currently underway and will continue this week and be completed in early August. The decorative fence will be constructed with steel plates. It'll have several cutouts for depth and relief to give perspective. And the phase following the installation of those decorative fences will be murals on the columns, which are depicted here, that will show both the flora and fauna of Cerro San Luis. A few updates from our Parks and Recreation Department, in particular for our senior community members. First, we've got the Around the Town program, which is held on the first Wednesday of the month. It's got a focus on local historical sites and points of interest. Last week, we had a group that received a docent tour of the Cal Poly Arboretum. Next month is a guided tour of the city's wastewater treatment plant, which should be really exciting as that facility nears completion. And August is a behind-the-scenes docent tour at the SLO Museum of Art, which is a community partner. Another program is SLO Hikers, which is a staff-led tour of one of the city's open spaces. And you see a picture here of our most recent tour at Islay Hill. And then finally, on August 1st, the Senior Center is hosting a free wind ensemble concert that's provided by the SLO Wind Orchestra. For more information on these programs and more, please visit the Parks and Recreation page on the city's website at www.slowcity.org. And then our last update for this evening is that from July 22nd to August 30th, nonprofit organizations that provide local services or programs to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in the city can now apply for the city's DEI High Impact Grant. As a reminder, we'll send out plenty of email updates on this as well. Applications are due at 5 p.m. on August 30th. This grant program is an effort to uplift and support local projects, programs, and initiatives that contribute to creating a San Luis Obispo that is welcoming, inclusive, equitable, and safe. We plan to have council approval and award these funds in early 2025. And we're going to hold 2 different online information sessions in both English and Spanish, and those will happen on January 29th. More information about this program as well as, July 29th. More information about this program as well as a list of example projects that would qualify for this grant funding can be found on our website, that's slowcity.org/grants, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And I think I noticed at the Senior Center, there's also a physical therapist there. Did you see that?
I think that is the case, and I don't believe Greg Avakian is in attendance, but we can follow up with the council and community.
Okay. That's really a cool addition. So thank you so much. Thank you for all of that. It's really helpful to know. I'm really excited about the downtown cinemas joining today. That was a great conversation, and excited that we can continue to add businesses to the summer spending program for downtown. Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, I've been super appreciative of the Monterey Street, the paving. It looks like it's all complete in the striping, the pedestrian crossings, the clarity of the striping and the bike, the flashing beacon. It's just it's a treat to be on there. So I definitely appreciate the community and the businesses' patience while we did that. Was that the last of the prior contract, other than the North Choros, a standalone project, but was that the last of kind of the paving improvements for that main contract?
That's for that part of the project, and we're about to kick off some other pieces, and I'll let our Public Works Director, Matt Horn, go into some more details.
Oh, other pieces as far as the next project, or?
No, I guess it seemed like that was the last of the prior contract, and now we're rolling out the next one. Is that right? I kind of feel like, is there a breath in between, or we're just going right on?
A short breath in between, but not a long breath. The Arteros paving project for 2023, Monterey Street was the last portion of that work that we're actually going to complete. We removed a portion of Morrow Street that was in the contract, but due to prolonged construction in that area, it didn't seem like it was the appropriate time to do that. We'll need to come back at a later date. But we did advertise our street resealing project for 2024. We received favorable bids, and so we're in the process of awarding that. So a short breath, but more improvements along the way.
Terrific. Great work to the team.
Thank you, including Grand Avenue, correct, Mr. Horn?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, well, I don't see any other questions, so thank you so much, Mr. Herman, and we will move forward to public comment. And so these are public comments on items that are not on the agenda, and I'll pull together my trusty public comment civility guidelines. And just to remind everyone that our job in the public comment is to listen first, to respect different opinions, to show courtesy, criticize constructively, and debate the policy, not the person. I believe we have about 8, maybe 9 public comments. Typically, we go about 15 minutes, and we have extended the last couple of times. We'll extend again for everyone to have their 3 minutes. So that kind of works out. And then also, if you are representing if you're a lobbyist or representing a specific group, make sure you share that with your public comment as well. And I will move forward to yes, thank you. And if you agree with something that's being said, feel free to give us the hands. We know that it's like as much as one person is saying it. If I see 10 people doing this, we know that's 10 people in the public comment that are agreeing with that comment. If you're not agreeing with it, do the boo silent signs, but no clapping or booing. Thank you so much. All right, so City Clerk.
How many minutes?
3. Okay, yes, you're good.
So the first 3 speakers, Dane Sensor, David Yo, and Carolyn Kruger.
And just so everyone kind of moves along, make sure that you kind of get in line behind the person so we can keep public comment moving. Thank you so much.
Dane Sensor, ex-survivor of homelessness in the city of San Luis Obispo. I just received this copy from the police chief. Finally got a copy. It's dated June 12, 2023. I went into the office and finally got this copy, and I want to read it here to you. Dear Mr. Sensor, on December 23rd, 2022, a complaint was filed in our agency regarding Officer Blake Etherton. It was stated in the complaint that the Officer Etherton committed a felony by knowingly filing a false police report allowing murder suspect to go free in order to use him as a witness against you in regard to an incident you were involved in on February 18th, 2019. A member of our management team has completed a thorough investigation in this matter, including a review of the body cam worn footage. We found no evidence to support your accusation of Officer Etherton. The body-worn camera recordings were all consistent with the written report prepared in support of investigation conducted by Officer Etherton. We pride ourselves in providing the best possible service for our community. While there are no violations of policy in the law or matter, we appreciate your communication with your concern to us. We continually strive to improve. This would be possible without the community feedback. Sincerely, Rich Scott, Chief of Police. That's fine. I'll accept this. However, I'm entitled constitutionally to get the body cam because there was a criminal complaint against me, misdemeanor, and there was also a civil. I'm entitled to that body cam footage. I'm also entitled to the report that Officer Farr made. And then I'll accept the thing, but let me see your report. Let me see what you said. Let me see the body cam. Let the court, let the lawyers, okay? By the way, I was charged with a criminal misdemeanor in this case. I'm 71 years old. 2 gentlemen, furniture movers, almost killed me and threw me over the bridge in San Luis Mission. I went to the emergency room. They're 20s, they're in their 20s, they're furniture movers. Catherton, I think you remember Catherton Furniture. Anyway, I went to the emergency room. I was bruised. They had no scratches and they ran from the incident. But I got charged with a criminal misdemeanor. I'm 71 years old. Officer Etherton found a man to testify against me in his report. He was wanted for murder in Tucson. Now, I don't know. To me, there's a lot of things that just don't sit right here, okay? And I'm entitled, my constitutional rights, to see these body cams and see this report. Officer Farr, who's a friend of Etherton, who did the internal investigation, says, you're not allowed to see the report. There's a Bill of Rights for the police. And also, you cannot talk to the chief of police. Oh, really? I can't talk to the chief of police?
Thank you so much, sir. And we don't usually respond to the dais, but I know that there's some process for you to speak to someone to get further information. So I don't know if City Attorney, you could help him get to the right
It's
place.
called the
That'd be
Freedom
great.
of Information Act, and I will file it.
I just mean within our city. Thank you so much. City Attorney, did you want to respond now or talk to him?
Sure, I'll just to provide a little bit of information.
Thank you.
Freedom of Information Act's a federal statute. California Public Records Act is the act applicable here, but as I'm understanding, Mr. Censor, there is civil and police personnel records would generally be exempt under the Public Records Act. There's some nuanced exceptions, but if there is civil or criminal litigation pending, there are discovery processes through which any relevant evidence could be provided subject to a subpoena, so we would need to receive a subpoena for that information. But I can certainly help Mr. Censor with any further complaint processes, and I'll step aside and do that now unless the council has any further
Great,
questions.
thank you so much. I know that right here it doesn't work, but I knew that there was also some people that could. Mr. Censor, I'll definitely have someone help you. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Go ahead, sorry about that.
No problem. Good evening. My name is David Yo from Morro Bay. Recently, there's a lot of discussion about a bullet that grazed Donald Trump's face. I'd like to take, and I'm pretty sure that's all Hollywood theatrics. I don't believe any bit of that. I'd like to take you to the 29th of January this year. A family that was evacuating from North Gaza were stopped in their little Kia. It was the aunt, an uncle, and their 4 children and their niece. The car was stopped by the Zionist terrorists, the IOF, and they destroyed the car. They riddled it with bullets. They killed everyone in the car except the 6-year-old niece. That niece found a phone. She called, and she was able to get a hold of the Red Crescent. They had her on the phone for 3 hours until they were able to locate her. When the ambulance finally arrived, and they were very cautious, and they approached close to get close, and the IOF, the occupation forces, the Zionists, attacked and killed the 2 paramedics and the young woman in the car, the 6-year-old, Hind Rajab. It took 2 weeks for the car to be discovered to find what actually had happened. That was, turned out to be a 300 millimeter tank missile, whatever, into the ambulance, and 355 bullets in the Kia. That child sat in the car for 3 hours waiting for help, screaming and pleading, please help me, please save me. And the Zionists sat there and waited. They waited until the ambulance arrived so that they could get those 2 ambulance attendants. Israel, the Zionists, have lowered the bar. So I'd like you to know that in future, when the retaliation hits Tel Aviv and Haifa, that because of our silence, hospitals, elementary schools, and ambulances are open targets. Thank you very much. As we do nothing, we say, it's okay, you go right ahead. That's what they do, and that's what they're allowing the rest of us to do now. So there will be no tears for Tel Aviv or Haifa. In the future, when you hear children, your grandchildren, your children in the park screaming and hollering,
Thank you, sir.
hear hear the screams of the Palestinian children begging for help.
Carolyn Kroger, and then Jeffrey Speck, and after that, Andrew Gould.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Carolyn Kruger. Today I will share some recent Facebook posts by Mossab Abu Toha, award-winning Gazan poet, in support of a ceasefire resolution. You get displaced, you get wounded and survive. You escape an airstrike on the hospital. You shelter in a tent, you get displaced again, you get displaced again and again on crutches or a wheelchair. You get Gazaned a million times. I'm terrified, traumatized, terrorized to watch the video of not a girl, but a girl's face with part of her neck dangling. This is not propaganda at all. This is not something that I tell you, I saw it. No, it's something everyone can see, watch, and feel. I'm scared. How did this happen to her, to us? How does this happen? Is this really it? Wake up every morning, tell you about a massacre that happened overnight or in the middle of the day? Is our only job to report our deaths, film our cut-off bodies, and ask you for help? When do you wake up? Is it okay with you to wake up to find your house on fire, to find your child killed, to find your wife in a hospital with no medicine, to find your neighborhood in rubble, to not wake up? Wake up. Enough watching us while sitting on a chair or reclining on your couch. We are drowning in your silence. We are screaming, but you took off your ears and put them in an earbud case. We can see the blood as it gushes from the case. The blood is our cries, our tears, our blood. She lost her foot in an airstrike. There was no prince to find her foot, to look for her. She was not Cinderella. This is a translation of a post by one of his friends, Akram Surani. Leave the door to the tent ajar and put a dish of lentil soup on the floor of earth, because the kids could wake up from their graves hungry anytime. This is his translation of a post by Hassan Khatraoui from Gaza. When a ceasefire is announced, I will just run. No one asked me where. I myself don't even know. I will just run and run, maybe to a space in this city, maybe to my old solitude, maybe towards the sun. I don't know. The important thing is to arrive at a quiet place, a place that allows me to weep for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeffrey Speck, Andrew Gould, and then Robert Skinner.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Speck, lifetime resident, San Luis Obispo. What I generally speak about at these meetings is what I believe misuse of the people's money and what I believe to be local corruption. Tonight, I would like to talk a little bit about, with the new Supreme Court decisions that have come down, essentially making homelessness against the law again. We're dealing with people who have no money to begin with. Does the city of San Luis Obispo plan on fining and ticket these people because they have nowhere to sleep? And when they do not pay these fines, imprison them, because ultimately, these people have no money. Once they're incarcerated, we, the people, are going to pick up the tab. Pretty clever way to figure out how to get money out of someone who has no money. Find a way to have we, the people, pay for it. It's no secret that the majority of these people that are homeless, they're addicted to drugs, fentanyl, methamphetamine, alcohol, to say the least. When they are incarcerated, because they could die from the withdrawal from this stuff. They have to put them in a medical type tank. It's not just a regular inmate. Thousands and thousands of dollars will be spent of we the people's money, while the sweeping dirt from one carpet to another carpet to hide the problem instead of taking care of the problem to begin with. What has happened to the $25 billion over the last 5 years California's distributed out to different counties? Who's the oversight? Where's this money going? And how is it that with this kind of money being generated, that you folks aren't speaking up to the Board of Supervisors, who's ultimately responsible for all of this mess? Capslow's done a horrible job, folks. I'm urging our council members, our elected officials, to speak up and say something. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Andrew Gold, Robert Skinner, and then Paige Anderson.
Good evening. First of all, my apologies for the appearance of my face. I had a rather unfortunate encounter with some shrubbery on my bicycle this afternoon. Fortunately, I'm doing just fine. Regardless, council members, I don't need to tell you what's going on in Palestine is a genocide. Israeli politicians have screamed from the rooftops their intentions to wipe the Gaza Strip off the face of the earth. And we've seen the atrocities, the accounts of from Palestinians and even Israeli soldiers of the deliberate obliteration of a civilian population in some of the most callous and heinous acts of state terrorism I have seen in my entire life. Indeed, The Lancet, a trusted peer-reviewed medical journal, recently published that an estimated 186,000 people in Gaza have been killed in 9 months of genocide. 186,000 dead, murdered in what will be remembered as one of the worst atrocities of the 21st century. A month ago, an anti-ceasefire public comment was made that the Israel-Hamas war is beyond the scope of the city council. First, I object to the use of the term war to refer to a genocide, but secondly, this comment is based on the isolationist assumption that San Luis Obispo is a closed system. And this is just a fallacy. You have Palestinian constituents whose family members have been murdered by the Israeli occupation forces, who have been harassed by local Zionists, sometimes quite blatantly, calling for their people's destruction. You have Jewish constituents who have faced anti-Semitic harassments. They've been called bad Jews and self-hating Jews simply for supporting Palestine and being Jewish. Yes, the scope of the genocide is beyond the scope of the San Luis Obispo Council. I will give you that. But condemning the violence and showing solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, that's not only within our scope, but it's our duty to do so. And the past few months have shown a strong disconnect between the people and their government. It took this council less than 1 month to correctly condemn the imperialist invasion launched by Russia into Ukraine, to correctly stand with the Ukrainian people in Resolution 11314. Yet after 9 months and nearly 200,000 people dead, we are still here demanding the absolute bare minimum. The main division I see in this county is between the people and their representatives, that the council feels that it has the right to ignore its own constituents for months. This does not foster the environment of democratic governments. This is completely dysfunctional, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Skinner, and I'm assuming that you received copies of this. I'm going to hand out. Can I just hand them to you and make sure that they get handed out? I'm throwing into the mix another copy of a ceasefire resolution. As of right now, we submitted one a couple weeks ago. There was one submitted to you earlier this year, so this makes the third one. And I'd like to draw attention to everybody that the Democratic Party, San Luis Obispo Democratic Party, in their June meeting, they enacted a ceasefire resolution. and we've sent that copy to you. So as of right now, there's 4 ceasefire resolutions floating around. 27 cities in our state have done one, a ceasefire resolution. So there's a lot of things that we can look at. And all we're asking is that you agendize this. You know, we understand that there's some people who may be opposed to this. Let them speak their time. This is what democracy is about. So that's the first part. Second part of my presentation is I would like to congratulate Mayor Stewart. I was at the last meeting of the Dems, and they endorsed you, and you weren't in the room, but you know you gave your spiel and you walked out, and to hear the glowing comments, I think, wow, and congratulations. There are some really nice things said about you, and you know that's very good. I didn't say anything, and you can only imagine what I would have said. I would have asked the question. This is an honest to God good person. This person should be our mayor. And she's done great things. She's doing great things for all other minorities, but she seems to be ignoring the Palestinians. She seems to be ignoring that we need a ceasefire. And I didn't say anything, you know, that's between you and them to be talking about that, but something's got to give. You got to do something. I mean, you hear what people are saying. You just heard right there, they talked about a child, a 6-year-old, being, how many bullets? 360, and then these big tank bullets going in? We've got to do something, and it's on your shoulders. You can do something. You don't want your kids looking around saying, what did you do when there was a genocide going on? You did nothing? I mean, this is beyond appalling. And I know it's not in your character. I know, because I heard what those people were saying about you. I've observed your career. I've seen the proclamations that you put out. Something's got to give, and we can do it right now.
Thank you.
Paige Anderson, Louise Justice, and Jackie.
Hello, I'm Paige Anderson. I work for SLOCOG, and I'm on the local Aging and Disability Planning Committee. And the committee is hosting a series of community town halls throughout the county for the next 2 weeks. So I just wanted to share the invitation and leave the details with you for anyone who is interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Louise Justice, Jackie, and then our last speaker is Bassam.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Louise Justice, a resident of San Luis Obispo. On July 10th, I attended the Mass Transportation Committee meeting to address the matter of the modified summer schedule for the First Transit. One of the items was posting the summer schedule on bus stops and the buses, which they hadn't done. So as of now, I know that they have done so. They posted it at the 1B at the Tank Farm Road and the Poinsettia stop, and also the Laurel Lane and Augusta stop. So they are working on it. I received an email on June 13th with regard to the notice that this was going to happen as far as the summer schedule, starting on the 17th and lasting till September 15th. That was very short notice. Also on July 3rd, I was waiting at the 1B stop on Tank Farm Road in Poinsettia with a young lady from Cuesta College who works at Marigold Shopping Center. She had missed her usual bus because of the modified summer schedule, and she had been stranded in the evening. She could not get home. Luckily enough, a coworker took her home, and she got home in the Laurel Lane and Southwood area. She would have had a long time to walk home. Since I have to get the 7:15 bus, I can't stay very long, or I too will be stranded. But there is something that has to be done. We can advertise on the bus. We can use the audio that says the next stop is. We can use those wonderful screens that we've put up and put the summer schedule up there. We can use the audio that is, or the video that is on bus 1770 and take that thing out that has been repeated and boring and just put the summer schedule up there. So something can be done. I've also submitted my information as far as the Agenda 8A for this evening, and since I can't stay, I will go home and I will go ahead and watch the rest of us on the TV. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And we did receive your comments for the later short-range transit plan. Thank you.
Jackie, and then Bassam, and that's our final speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I only have one of these this time, but I know you probably recall them from 2 weeks ago. What? So last week, or 2 weeks ago, I read that long list of 38 villages and towns. Can you hear me? I read that long list. My name is Jackie Garza, and 2 weeks ago, I read that long list of villages and towns where massacres had taken place. And 23 of those towns and villages were, that's where massacres occurred in 1948. And I'm just going to read those. Please forgive my pronunciation. I'm not an Arabic speaker. There was a Jaffa massacre in 1948, Al-Tantura massacre in 1948, Der Yassin massacre in 1948, Al-Saraya massacre in 1948, the Semiramis massacre in 1948, Jerusalem massacre in 1948, Al-Saraya Al-Arabiya massacre in 1948, Lida massacre in 1948, Ramla massacre in 1948, Yazur massacre in 1948, Haifa massacre in 1948, Tabra Tulkarem massacre in 1948, Sassa massacre 1948, Abu Kabir massacre 1948, the Cairo train massacre 1948, Kalunya massacre 1948, Nasir al-Din massacre 1948, Tiberias massacre 1948. I don't know if any of you had seen that movie, Tiberias, but it is out now for you to see. There was the Ain al-Zaytun massacre 1948, Safed massacre 1948, Abu Shusha massacre 1948, Beit Daras massacre 1948, Al-Husseiniya massacre 1948. So those are the 23 massacres in 1948. There were, wait, this is not the one. There were, ay Dios santo de mi vida, I missed it. Here we go. There were more than 500 villages and towns destroyed in that period by militias, by Zionist militias. And there were more than 700,000 Palestinians expelled from their towns, or who fled from their towns and villages off to neighboring Arab states or to other parts of Israel. And I don't know, they did this, they fled because they had heard about the massacres. Ay Dios santo. Well,
Thank you so
I'm so
much.
sorry that I couldn't finish.
That's
but in
okay,
the
we have the
end-
next person. Thank you so much.
In the end, I want to appeal to your hearts.
Ma'am, we have to move
I'm
on with
gonna
the 3
say this
minutes.
as I
I'm
walk
so
away.
sorry. Thank you so
To
much.
please listen and stand up for the Palestinians. It's not anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Good evening, City Council. I want to start off by saying something pretty simple, that we do not live in a bubble. What we do affects the outside world, and the outside world affects us. I would like to think that our leaders have everyone's best interest at heart. That is, we care for all people of all races, ethnicities, and nationalities. This essentially means we are thinking for the best interest of people at an international level. We live in America. People have migrated from all parts of the world. We are an international community. We are not an international issue. We are an international community. If you come to our community dinners, like former Mayor Heidi Harmon just did recently, you'll meet people from many countries. Not just people from Palestine like myself, but people from Egypt, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Sudan, people from many countries spanning many continents. And as I said last time, we are not just an international issue. We are in the here and now. We are your constituents. So when we hear no to agendizing a resolution that addresses a common concern that are held by people of Middle Eastern descent and beyond, yes, we're taken back, and we feel like we and our concerns are not being regarded as equitably as others, as Mr. Skinner just pointed out. Furthermore, rightfully, we expect our elected officials to do the will of the people. How many speeches, how many weeks and months must we come up here? How many different speakers? How many signatures on a petition? How many protesters at a rally will it take to show that we do, in fact, represent the will of the people? It should be very apparent at this point that the will of the people has been made abundantly clear to you, from us Arabs to Jews to everyone in between. We want a resolution without any further delay. You've talked in your speeches, you've made promises in your legislative action plan, and now it's time to put your words into action. We are people of color. We have issues and concerns. We are facing, as everyone has said, ethnic cleansing and the racism that perpetuates it here in San Luis Obispo. So it's time for the City Council to take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the final speaker?
That was our final speaker.
Great, thank you very much. One thing I do want to make sure that is clear is we do have a way to report hate. So if there is ever a time that you are experiencing something here in SLO City, please, please report. There are ways to do it through our police department, so you can go onto their site, you can call them, whichever you'd like. Also, we have an anonymous way through our diversity page, so that if you don't feel comfortable saying it yourself, you can report it through the other website, the diversity page. So I just really want to encourage that. I was at a meeting, a virtual meeting through the Attorney General's office, and he was sharing the hate, well, he wasn't, his staff was sharing the hate crime incidents and the hate crime actual crimes. And there was a very low number of crimes that were actually reported and incidents that were reported. I mention that because I know that the amount of number that I saw for our entire county, I have had more of that reported to me as in passing than is even on our entire county, according to the Attorney General. So that concerns me because I worry that the Attorney General doesn't really know what's happening in our community fully. So when we want to ask for change, we can't fully do that because we don't have the data to back that up. So I just encourage you, if you do have anything, see something, say something. It's not a trite statement. It really means if you see something, please do say something. Our police department and our staff are here for you. So I will move on from public comment and move on to the consent agenda. Or do any of my colleagues have anything they need to pull? Councilmember Shorsman?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on 6E, and then I have a couple of questions on 6F, so I think maybe I'll just pull 6F.
Pull 6F, but not for 6E?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure. All right, we'll pull that. And I just want to, before we get into the motion, I just really want to thank all of the HRC members for re-reviewing all of the Human Services grants. We greatly appreciate your work. I know that was a lot of extra work to do. And I also really want to thank Councilmember Shorsman for attending the HRC meeting during that as well. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and do public comment on the consent agenda, and then we'll go further through the motion. City Clerk.
We have 3 speakers on 6E, Bernadette Bernardi, Eileen Brill, and Chelsea Ruiz.
Great, thank you. 1 second, we gotta get your mic working. There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilwomen. I first of all want to thank the HRC committee for reconsidering their original proposal for a $10,000 grant to Literacy for Life that I'm representing here this evening. And I really appreciate that. Unbeknownst to probably most of you, is that Literacy for Life, this is the first year, 23-24, that we operated without state funding, and that total state funding for a year was nearly $220,000 that we lost. But this year we are continuing on. So we're doing our work. Of course, COVID was already 4 years ago, but it does take time to go from having lots of people to serve, to going completely dark, to pivoting to Zoom and all of that. I can report our figures for this fiscal year that just ended, which is the first year without all of that state funding. We have served 180 learners, 38 of them in the city of San Luis Obispo. And I can give you other demographics, but I won't take that time. And we serve those learners with 83 volunteer tutors. We are county-wide, and we continue to do our work. And really, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eileen Brill. On behalf of Jewish Family Services of San Luis Obispo, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for your consideration of our application for a Human Services grant. Jewish Family Services, JFS, is a social service program of the Jewish Community Center Federation of San Luis Obispo and has been providing assistance to our community since 2012. Our mission is to assist area residents who are in crisis by providing for essential and emergency needs through direct aid, microgrants, and referrals to community agencies. JFS of SLO offers support to anyone in our community regardless of religion, race, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity expression, or sexual orientation. We are a helping hand for all. The proposed Homeless Support Services Grant will provide necessary support to the area homeless population for needs typically not met by other organizations, for things like DMV registration, vehicle insurance, car repair, gas cards, storage, impound fees, propane, and much, much more. Just one of the many examples of someone we have helped. We were contacted by a homeless family living in their van who needed assistance paying for their DMV registration fees and smog test. They feared their vehicle, their home, would be impounded, losing everything. The parents were both disabled, the mother undergoing cancer treatment, and their teenage child was attending middle school. JFS not only paid their registration and smog fees, we connected them with a partner organization that found them housing. They have now been living in a home of their own and thriving in San Luis Obispo for several years. Our policy is to offer assistance in those instances where a small amount of money will make an immediate and profound difference in a person's ability to continue to live their lives independently. In 2023, almost 30% of the people requesting assistance from us were homeless. The number of people contacting us has dramatically increased year over year, and we are turning 50% away solely due to lack of funds. Your grant will enable us to serve homeless households that would otherwise be turned away due to insufficient funding solely. This grant will have a profound impact on the homeless in our community, and we deeply appreciate your consideration of our application. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Chelsea Ruiz, Program Manager, SLO County on DocuSupport. My comment is similar. Just wanted to express my appreciation and gratitude and support for the HRC's recommendations that on DocuSupport's project received funding. Our project is direct aid for immigrant families, and as we all know, the housing crisis in our community and in the state is real and impacts our vulnerable communities, our non-native English-speaking communities, our low-income communities, and our undocumented communities the most. And so I just really appreciate the recommendation that we get this funding to a trusted partner to provide that aid. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Jack Leahy.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack Leahy. I'm from Community Action Partnership, San Luis Obispo. I'm the Director of Homeless Services, primarily based at 40 Prado Homeless Services Center. I want to start by thanking the HRC for reconsidering the funding and for this council for asking them to do that. And similar to what Mayor Stewart said, thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, and thank you, Greg, for being with the HRC on the reconsideration. It was a really thoughtful process that happened in that HRC meeting. I want to thank the HRC reconsideration for funding CAPSLO services, specifically move-in assistance funds and funding for our family programs. And really want to thank the HRC for the recommendations to fund our partner agencies as well, because we couldn't do the work that we do without our partner agencies, such as Restorative Partners, 5 Cities, Jewish Family Services. All of these programs work all together to efficiently deliver services to a community that's really in need. And during my thank yous, I also would be remiss if I didn't remind what you are funding at CAPSLO. So we, at 40 Prado Homeless Services Center so far this year, we have provided shelter to over 600 individuals and families, with roughly half of them enrolling in our Housing Focused Shelter program. We have provided access center services to over 750 individuals and families so far this year. What we're seeing more and more are families who are at risk of homelessness, behind on their bills, or seniors who are at risk of homelessness or newly homeless. And these funds are really critical for us to serve those specific groups of people, because these funds allow us to either prevent people from falling into homelessness or to move them in very quickly on a housing opportunity that presents itself. Housing opportunities in the city of SLO are rare and they go fast, so these flexible funds allow us to move somebody in very quickly into a housing opportunity. So far this year, we've been able to assist over 105 households into housing, and we look to see many more move-ins in the future. And historically, with this funding stream, we've been able to dedicate to 10 households. So those are 10 households per year that are able to move into housing or to not fall into homelessness, thanks to the commitment of the HRC and the SLO City Council. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. That's our final speaker.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. All right, we'll move forward to Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to address the representative from CAPSLO, and I appreciate what you've said about wanting to thank the HRC. And so I just hope, if you haven't done so already, if you would thank them directly, because that would be a really nice message for them to hear. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this item because, as some of you have noted, I was in attendance at the HRC meeting, and I just wanted all of you to know that the HRC took very seriously the feedback that we gave them, and they very, as Jack alluded, very thoughtfully and consciously, based on our direction, deliberated about how to use these very limited funds. And it was a, it's a difficult conversation for sure, but they all approached it very deliberately and thoughtfully, and I think came to a good middle ground. Obviously, there was never going to be any great result because it's limited funds and too many great programs to fund them all, unfortunately, but they did a really good job, I think, and came out with a well-directed solution. So thank you to the HRC. And I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 6F and whenever we're ready.
Okay, I really appreciate the comments about the meeting itself, and that was definitely what I heard from people who had experienced the meeting, was that there was really a lot of difficult conversations, and really appreciated, or not maybe appreciated, but we took into account what we had asked. And so in the realm of priorities versus key focuses and factors that we also need to, as a council, make sure that we're more clear in the future for the grants too, so that they don't have to do the double work. So Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to still second the motion.
Great, so the motion has been moved and seconded. Any other comments? Great, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peace?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And 6F, we'll move back to Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Yes. Just a couple of questions for staff about the recommendations in the staff report. I think as I was reviewing it right before the meeting, looking at the 4 recommendations and reflecting on what I had read throughout the staff report, I'm curious if you can provide a little bit more clarification about recommendations 3 and 4, because as I read the staff report, I think I understood that it's actually on page 323 of the packet. It says the decision on disposition of the funds for the Kroger settlement agreement does not need to be made now, only the decision of whether or not to participate in the settlement agreement. But when I read recommendations 3 and 4, it sounds like more than that.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Shorsman. So it's a two-step. The council is authorizing the participation in the settlement agreement now. We don't currently know what the allocation is, because that will be determined by the number of jurisdictions that are opting into participating in the settlement agreement, and then what allocation the state of California gets and how that's allocated amongst the participating jurisdictions. So sometime later, and we're not entirely clear on that timeline, we will receive notification that the final opt-in deadline has passed, notification of how many jurisdictions are participating, and what amount of money is likely to be allocated to the jurisdictions participating. And what we're asking of the council is to direct our office and city administration to conduct a review of the aggregate amount of funds that the city will, once we know that final amount for the most recent settlement, be entitled to, and evaluate whether, given the limitations on uses related to each of the varying settlement agreements and the administrative burden of accounting for each of the individual allocations, the aggregate amount starts to look like it outweighs the burden of the administrative cost. So previously, we've deferred the city's allocation to the county to be used county-wide as part of an aggregate pool of money. And as the successive settlement agreements continue to materialize and the amount of money annually that the city would be entitled to goes up, it starts to look like we may want to reconsider whether that aggregate amount of money could be better directed towards the council's primary objectives, primarily, I think within the context of the housing and homelessness major city goals. to address the addiction treatment components of some of those root cause issues. So we would want to take a closer look at what the individual restrictions on use are, the aggregate amount of money in play, whether or not the city feels that it could be better directed locally, directly through a direct distribution from the city, and what that administrative burden looks like. If it's not entirely clear, we would of course come back to council, but sometimes there are short turnaround times. So if in the interim we're doing that evaluation and it starts to look like direct disbursement makes more sense, then probably what we would want to do, and again with notification to the council and an opportunity to have you all tell us, no, come back and put it on an agenda, we want to talk about it, would be to have this allocation go directly to the city and then work to align those other distributions also to come directly to the city if that all made sense. But there are a number of variables and the deadlines tend to come pretty quickly, and so we're asking for a little bit of staff level delegation of authority to make those decisions and report to council rather than try to get it through our agenda routing process and potentially miss a deadline.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, are you suggesting that you're asking for discretion this time with the Kroger settlement funds to be able to make a decision about county or keep, basically, with the thought that at some future time we might reevaluate this allocation or this and the others?
This and the others, because of the sequencing of the settlement agreements, the annual deadlines are kind of at different times throughout the year to elect the distribution or to pull back the distribution for direct distribution to the city versus county. So those two are asking for some discretion from staff to do that if in the timeline it starts to look like that benefit burden weighting has changed and the city has an immediate use for those funds directly distributed.
Councilmember Schwarzman, are you looking for maybe an amount that would make you feel more comfortable in the amount threshold for staff to make those decisions?
No, not particularly. I think I just see the amounts starting to get to be a pretty big number. I remember when the first allocations came to us and it was like, well, that's $40,000. It could be better used to combine with the other jurisdictions and the funds that they're all getting and have the county apply those funds to the activities that they're already doing around the Opioid Safety Coalition and other efforts that are happening at the county level around opioids. And so, but now we've got 40,000 here and 40,000 there, and who knows, I mean, maybe this could be another 40,000, we really don't know. It's starting to become, in combined total, a relatively significant amount of money that we as a city might be able to actually use more effectively. Not that I'm opposed, obviously, to working in close collaboration with the county, who is our main provider of these types of services, but also know that, you know, we have very capable staff and lots of programs here that we might be able to put that money to good use. So I'm content with giving staff the discretion at this time, especially given, you know, short deadlines, potentially analysis of the reporting requirements for each of the funding sources, but just wanted to kind of put that out there and see exactly what we were approving here, because I think I wasn't clear from the language in the staff report.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because that was the conversation I had also asked City Attorney about in the same topic was, is there a certain number that we should be looking at? And we just don't know right now, is my understanding. So City Attorney, do you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was just gonna, just for everyone's knowledge here, we are at about $90,000, and if the next settlement is in that same range, then yeah, you are getting to that 120, 130 $100,000 mark and again, we need to take a more granular look at the allowable uses and make sure that the city is doing enough of that work within the restricted uses and the administrative burden. But yeah, we share your observation that we're getting to a consequential number.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you for the question so far. And just one additional one from me. Can you remind me when we think we might have an idea of what that administrative burden will be? And will we receive as a council some sort of report of what kind of staff workload this might add in, what expenses that might add in to take care of the administrative side of taking on these grants or the settlement?
Yes, you will receive an analysis. We will work on a memo that gives you the breakdown, and obviously we will convey to you as soon as we know the amount of this current settlement that we're asking you to authorize participation in. I don't have an estimate of when that will be to you. The Deputy City Attorney is working on that. She does have a variety of other issues sort of ahead of it, but it's ongoing, and we will get that done as soon as we possibly can and out to the council, hopefully, in ample time for you to consider what the available uses are and tell us if you'd like it to come back to you, which is always, of course, your prerogative. Even where you delegate authority, you can look at subsequent information and say, we'd like to see it back on an agenda and we'd like to take a closer look.
Excellent. And I'll just say I'm really glad to see this as being reconsidered. So thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you both. Councilmember Marks.
Yes, thank you. I'm always concerned about how much control we might have over what the county actually does with the money. So I would hope in the fine-grained analysis of whether or not what the city could offer would meet the terms of the settlement funding parameters. You'd also look at, well, what is the count? If we did give it to the county, what would they do? So I'd just like to make sure that that's factored in. Because if it's possible that we could do something at the city level that would really be significant, be great to do that. So thank you. But also, I'm willing to support it the way it's stated.
Great, thank you. And I think that's been always the conversation is mental health and substance abuse is really managed at the county level, but then we are partners with the county. And so how do we do this? And so far, it has made the most sense to give the settlement money to the county. But we will continue to watch this between Mobile Crisis Unit, Community Action Team alone. We have a lot of programs as well, and we have the supportive housing coming online, so lots of things to think about. All right, so we'll move forward without any other questions to public comment on this item. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Schwarzman, did you have more? Okay. Any public comment on this item, City Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. So Councilmember Schwarzman, Councilmember Francis? Okay, Councilmember Schwarzman.
I was just gonna move approval of 6F, but we can Rochambeau over it. Okay. I'll
All right.
move approval.
Thank you, and Councilmember Francis.
I will second.
Great, and can we have roll call, City Clerk?
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, so the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for the conversation, and thank you, City Attorney, for the continued clarification on this topic. Okay, so now we move to the exciting part. I don't know if this is more exciting or not, but we are going to talk about Dana Street parking. So I'll ask the staff to come up. I don't see Donna King, but I believe Jennifer Rice. Okay, thank you so much. So we are going to introduce an ordinance to amend Title 10 of the Municipal Code and adopt a resolution modifying the Dana Street Parking District. We have Mr. Matt Horn, oh, there she is, Donna King and Jennifer Rice to do the presentation. In addition, just want to bring people's attention, there was agenda correspondence on this topic, so if you didn't get a chance to see it, maybe check out your phones right now if you have a minute, and we'll get the presentation up and go from there. Mr. Horn.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for the introduction and the introduction of staff. Tonight, of course, we're talking about Dana Street Parking District. Our presentations will cover impacts and adjustments related to our Cultural Arts District parking structure construction, recommended changes to the municipal code, proposed changes to Dana Street, and some next steps. To help council frame all the information that you'll receive tonight, it's really in three different categories of information. First, we want to go through and talk about all the other changes that we've made in that area outside of the Dana Street Parking District to try to address the Cultural Arts District parking structure construction phase and the loss of parking interim while that's being constructed. Additionally, we want to dive into staff's recommendations to change the municipal code, kind of make it more streamlined, and then also the opportunity to delegate some authority to staff to manage the Dana Street Parking District a little bit, or respond to needs quicker. And finally, what we want to do is talk about our recommended changes that we hope to implement sometime in the fall 2024 for the Dana Street Parking District. Really, the intent is to try to increase the use of Dana Street parking, the available area there. And then finally, I don't want to take anyone's thunder away in our presentation, but we are not recommending any 10-hour parking within the Dana Street Parking District area. So we received several agenda correspondence on it. I just want to be crystal clear. That's not part of our recommendation. It's not part of our plan. But with that, I'd like to hand it off with Donna so she can take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Thank you. So a little background, the Dana Street District was established in January 2020. The location is unique in that it is primarily a residential street adjacent to the downtown core with a mix of commercial properties within it. Since the establishment of the district, staff has reported to council 6 times to modify the district to reach a reasonable utilization. There are currently 116 of the 124 eligible permits sold, with 94 of those permits being residential permits and 22 commercial daytime use only permits. The most recent measured utilization average is 26%. The data does show an underutilization of parking spaces and room for oversell of permits in the Dana Street Residential Parking District. While there are no established occupancy rate norms in residential neighborhoods, the proximity to downtown and the impacts of parking in the surrounding streets dictates that the spaces on Dana Street should be utilized as much as possible without greatly impacting the residents. The municipal code related to the establishment of preferential parking districts reads, "The council shall consider the negative effect of vehicles parked by persons not residing in the area on environmental characteristics such as ambient noise level and air pollution levels, pedestrian and vehicular traffic safety in the area, and the burden on persons residing or working in the area gaining access to their residence or place of employment." So additionally, the construction of CAD-PS has led to a temporary reduction in public parking supply in this area of town, and the community and businesses around Dana Street have shared concerns regarding the availability of parking. When CAD-PS construction began, the parking lot in place of the new structure had approximately 80 10-hour parking spaces that were removed. Staging of the project site has also removed 20 to 40 additional on-street parking spaces. Concurrent to these considerations for Dana Street, staff has implemented various elements to mitigate impacts due to the reduced parking supply in the area. We have expanded the 10-hour parking area adjacent to the CAD-PS construction site, which has added approximately 60 available spaces for long-term parkers. You can see that in the green on the map. The garage parking permit rate was reduced from $85 to $45 per month to encourage off-street garage parking in downtown. Mission prep students are being encouraged to utilize the garage permit program when they return to school in the fall. Staff has also coordinated with the contractors for the Cultural Arts District parking structure for alternative parking locations, including issuing 4 temporary commercial permits to the 2 contractors currently leasing property on Dana Street and encouraging utilization of the parking garages. As Matt said, the purpose of tonight's recommendation is to provide the Public Works Director the authority to make modifications in order to achieve greater utilization of Dana Street and lessen impacts during the construction of the structure. With the uncertainty of parking demand in this area due to the construction of CAD PS, staff is recommending that council amend the municipal code to remove specific restrictions for Dana Street, and at the same time adopt a resolution authorizing the Public Works Director to make temporary modifications to the district until completion of the new structure. What the ordinance amendment and resolution accomplish is that will allow flexibility during a fluctuating time for modifications to be implemented in a phased approach as needed and based on community outreach with the goal of increasing the utilization of parking on Dana Street. If council does approve the ordinance amendment and resolution, staff proposes to make these immediate changes beginning in September, allowing 421 Dana Street, a 16-unit multifamily property, to participate in the district. Remove the daytime use restriction for commercial permit holders, which is currently 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Issue up to 4 commercial permits to participating business properties, and issue 2 permits to all residential properties, including multifamily units. Properties with 5 to 8 units are currently receiving only 1 permit. These actions alone will allow the potential for another 76 permits to be sold, and staff proposes to conduct monthly occupancy counts after these immediate changes have been implemented, with a goal of 50% utilization. However, this occupancy goal may be adjusted as appropriate based on observed driver behavior and community input. We must keep in mind that the occupancy expected to be higher in the areas on Dana Street closer to Napomo and lower as you move towards the end of the cul-de-sac. This imbalance could cause frustration for residents and should be monitored closely. If additional modifications are necessary, there are other things that could be considered. We can evaluate whether issuing additional commercial or residential permits is feasible based on occupancy and impact to the district. Staff will complete occupancy studies monthly in the district after the recommended changes have been implemented. Each month, the parking utilization rates are below that 50 to 60% range. Commercial properties will be offered the option to purchase 1 additional parking permit. This occupancy work and increasing the number of commercial parking permits issued will occur until all commercial properties have the desired number of parking permits, or until the average occupancy rate is somewhere between the 50 to 60% range. Once all commercial property permits have been addressed, and if usage remains within that range, staff will evaluate issuing additional permits to residents without available off-street parking spaces. As noted, we could also consider a timed overlay that allows vehicles not in the district to park on Dana Street for a limited time period, such as 2 hours. We know that the current district properties are not supportive of the timed overlay based on the feedback we've received to date, and staff recommends implementation of other items first to see if they adequately meet the needs of the district and adjacent businesses. It is highly unlikely that we would recommend implementation of a timed overlay, but it is an effective tool for parking demand management, and we don't want to remove it from the realm of possibilities. It is important to note, as Matt Horn noted, that any addition of paid parking spaces on Dana Street would need to be publicly noticed, and a return to council with municipal code amendments would need to occur, and that is not currently under consideration. Prior to any future modifications that are not detailed here, staff will provide advance notification to the district properties to provide an opportunity for input through mailed notices and community meetings prior to any changes. So next steps. Tonight, staff recommends a council vote for the first reading of the amended ordinance and an adoption of the proposed resolution. The second reading of the ordinance is scheduled for August 20th, and implementation of those immediate changes that we discussed would occur in fall of '24. Staff will continue to monitor the Dana Street occupancy monthly and reevaluate options for the Public Works Director. All district members will be notified by mail of any future changes and will be giving opportunity for feedback at community meetings before any unforeseen changes that have not been discussed tonight are implemented. Any changes we're making tonight are temporary until the completion of the Cultural Arts District parking structure, and that's scheduled for early 2026. So here is staff's recommendation for your approval tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you so much for that concise, awesome presentation. And I will leave it open to my colleagues if they would like to ask any questions. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yes, thank you for the very succinct report. And there was one, I also thank you for the agenda correspondence, answered many of my questions in advance, so I always appreciate that. There was one item that I don't remember seeing in the correspondence, or maybe it was there and I don't remember and I didn't see it in the report, was in talking with the neighborhood, I know that there was interest by the business owners that are sharing space along Dana Street in removing the 6 p.m. time limit that I think has been previously in effect for their particular permits. And I think that your recommendation is to remove that also, at least in the short term, but I just want to clarify that that was one of the elements that you were going to address immediately, or as soon as the first set of changes go into place.
Yes, that would be an immediate change. So right now, that daytime use permit is documented slightly in the municipal code, but more clearly in the resolution that was adopted at that time. And so with this new resolution, it'll give the Public Works Director the authority to remove that restriction. And we're removing any of the specifics in the ordinance, so it doesn't restrict that.
Can you pull back up the slide for the immediate changes? I think that would be helpful for the conversation. Thank you so much.
Oh, there it is in B. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I missed it.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I'll also say thank you for the lovely presentation and for all of the outreach and lots of legwork that you've all done on this. So thank you so much. I actually think my question might be for Mr. Horn. We'll see here. You and I had corresponded previously about that resident who may have moved out of the area in the passing year since we got that email, but they had concerns about being one of the few homes on the street without a garage or driveway. And then they had, multiple families living within the home. Does this change in the ordinance give enough staff authority to be able to deal with these sort of anomalous situations if there's a particular residence that doesn't fit into kind of the norm?
Yes, it does. And so what our plan was to do the monitoring monthly, address the commercial properties as a first order of work, and then if the occupancy rates are within that 50 to 60% realm, address the properties that do not have on-site parking.
Excellent. So that would be like under the future considerations, we had B there that said allowed for, I believe it was on the next slide, allowed for dealing with those types of properties. So that would be something that would have to come later in the fall, right? We would have to have several months of monitoring before those changes would happen.
Correct, yes. Several months of monitoring, several months of issuing commercial prints. Once we've satisfied the commercial properties, then we'll move into the residential property without on-site parking.
Excellent, thank you. And then when we're talking about how these changes will sunset as we get to the end of construction on the parking structure, will that be corresponding with our looking at special parking districts in totality? Is that something that we plan to align with that time period, or how will that sunsetting work?
Sure. With our current work plan, we're planning to bring forward a study session to council for preferential parking districts to kind of identify what they are, what are the things that we want to look into them. So we'll get all the areas of exploration in November and then do that work. We'll bring it back into council sometime in the calendar year 2025 as our current plan. That would align well with the cultural arts parking structure opening. I can't be exact on when the construction is going to be complete and when we'll have a fully flushed out preferential parking district program in the future, but it seems to align really well right now.
Excellent. It'd be great to be able to look at those all together. So thank you so much.
Can I ask a question that adds on to that? So I think we talked about in our meeting, there's kind of a chicken and the egg as far as when do we ask what we should be studying and when do we look at all the districts? And we have a potential other large construction on, sorry, I'm trying to remember all the different spots, Napomo, next to the creamery. So I'm just wondering from construction of the CAD Cultural Art District parking structure and the hotel next to the parking lot next to La Esquina and the Creamery, wouldn't that be kind of the same experience for the people that are either living or working there?
It very well could be the same experience. I think really the thought process of trying to independently look at preferential parking districts and kind of come up with how we want to manage them, independent of an actual site that we're looking to adjust, might have some value. We can talk about whether they should be strictly residential, whether they should be residential, commercial, some blending of the two, and how we want to handle the different amounts of parking that we give to each type of user. So there's benefit to talking about it independent of a specific one site.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me add that on. Councilmember Marks.
One comment?
Oh, sorry, Jennifer, I apologize.
That's okay. And I was just going to add that specific to the construction of the Cultural Arts District parking structure, the parking impacts now, or assuming will be mitigated with the 400 spaces coming online with that structure, and that will also have the $45 permit cost as well. So we're, at least as far as parking impacts, hoping that those will somewhat be mitigated, so future construction shouldn't have as much impact as it does now.
That makes sense. Thank you very much for that addition. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that this is a temporary situation that you're proposing. And so then what happens when it's no longer temporary? At that point, does it come back to council? Or is there an assumption that it could continue with the present arrangement? Or what procedurally, what's the next step once it's no longer temporary?
Sure. And I believe this is how it will unroll. I believe that we'll implement changes, make modifications to Dana Street, kind of satisfy those users on Dana Street. I believe that will roll into kind of a preferential parking district study session, kind of outline rules and roles and how we want to manage them. I believe the Cultural Arts District parking structure will probably come online next, and then we would be back at council to discuss the future of Dana Street Parking District and how we want to manage that. Is it a parking district? Is it timed parking? Is it some combination thereof? That'll be something that we need to decide sometime in the future. But I believe that would be the last step in that chain of events.
Good. So this is the 7th hearing on the Dana Street parking situation. So we're imagining that perhaps with the 8th hearing that we could have some kind of resolution, some sort of settling of the equation in that area.
I would love to tell you the 8th,
Just
the
asking.
8th trip to council and we will be done. I don't know that. I imagine it could be challenging to manage Dana Street in the future, as well as we look towards what we want to do on that street for parking.
Right, and I know we'll do it as necessary, so thank you.
Thank you.
If you have that kind of crystal ball, I have some other questions for you. Well, thank you for the questions at this time. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 3 public speakers. The first one is Steve Barish, then Kim, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if it's Tanis or Janice, and then Mary Mitchell.
Maybe he'll come back. I think Miss Janice, come on up.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart and the council. This is my first time here, and it's been really educational. I have to share that I kind of thought this was a parking district meeting because I'd been to several. I'm a resident on Dana Street, and that's my fault. But as a citizen of San Luis Obispo, I really enjoyed this experience. So it's a positive thing for me, at least. I do have a question, and that's why I put my speaker thing in, is that, and it doesn't exist now, but I know I've spoken with Councilman Pease when she's walked our district, which I've loved all the homework that the parking district has done. They've been amazing and addressing concerns of the community. But my question is, it doesn't exist now, but there will be a tiny home development right across the area where I live. And I know that it may have changed. Originally, it was 20 tiny homes, and I think maybe they backed down to 17 or something. But my understanding is that they're going to be sold to people without cars, but I'm in my 60s, and I imagine there's not a lot of transportation nearby, so people are going to need to go grocery shopping and, you know, medical visits and other things. And so I am thinking that maybe people that move in there will fight to keep a vehicle, and there's going to only be 4 spots on the property. My experience too, working in a nonprofit locally, is that there's lots of needs, like there's physical therapy and there's nursing, there's family that will come visit. And, you know, I do appreciate that Dana Street is underutilized, and I got that data tonight. I also totally support residents there having access to the street. But with 17 or 20, you know, incoming homes, what kind of permit process will you do so people can come visit? And I know that the individuals will be older, but I see that there is probably going to be, as you shared, an 8th and 9th discussion about this, only because it's a very coveted street. The city wants it, workers want it. I can see people wanting to attend the Cultural Arts Center and not wanting to pay for parking. I can see, you know, I had to fight for my own parking permit because we didn't have enough, because the needs in our city have changed over many years, and my building was built 50 years ago. So we won that at the parking district. But will there be a point where we'll lose those permits too? So my bottom premise is to please consider that I believe the needs of the tiny homes is going to change. Even if you don't grant them permits, there are going to be people coming all the time, whether it's housekeeping. These are older individuals. And I know there's a lot of people where I live that have these same questions too.
Thank you so much. And just since I know that Ms. Janice mentioned she's new, and I'm sure there's some other new people in the audience, one of the most awkward parts about public comment is you speak at us and we don't say anything back. So I promise you, you'll probably hear some feedback later.
Hello, my name is Mary Mitchell. Hi, everyone. Jan, welcome home. It's good to see you. I own the Soda Water Works property, and I prepared something, but just throw it out the window after hearing all this. This whole thing has been very confusing for Dana Street, as you guys know. And I've written letters, and today I discovered more stuff I didn't know. And so our concerns are obviously that you are giving us some carrot on some sticks, and some of us are going, yay, we get passes. And 641 Dana is getting 16 passes, right? 16 parking spaces, and that's exciting. But buried in the details is a rescission of the district. The district is being rescinded, and the authority is being turned over to the administrators, the public works director. So the legal standing of our district, the Dana Street people, could you wave your hands, Dana Street? The Dana Street people worked so hard to establish this district legally. And now it looks like kind of coming through the back door in a way to help us. Our district is now in danger of being abolished. And that's not what we brought to you. I believe the parking district brought it to you, and I understand from some council members that the various parking districts in San Luis Obispo are going to be under review soon and could be dismantled also. So I hope I speak on behalf of Dana Street, we do not want our district rescinded. We want it to stay legally intact and active. And we do not want public parking, for that would jeopardize the district itself. And I wrote here my impressions of what would happen after the parking garage was completed and the public had been parking there. The Dana Street Residential Parking District has been successfully parking the public through the construction period, and parking is fully utilized as a result. Additionally, Dana Street cannot be a parking district if there is public parking. So that is an argument parking will make to abolish our district. And then now we don't have anybody outside saying, oh, we want to park in the Dana district. But after you parked them for 5 years or 10 years, they'll all be here saying, we want to continue to park on Dana. So we see this as a means by which to sunset the Dana Street district, and we don't support that at all. We'd like you to amend the recommendations to exclude any reference to abolishing the district or rescinding it.
Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Ursula Bishop.
Mayor and council staff, hello. Ursula Bishop, Dana Street. The first thing I want to say is I thought that staff report was incredibly well written and well presented. The Q&A, the clear writing of the report. I've been unfortunately coming to these meetings for over 30 years, and I really think this was the best presentation by staff that I've read. So anyway, when Dana Street first came before the city council several times ago, it was after over 2 years of working with city staff, and Carlin Christensen said she loved working with parking districts because she thought it was the real example of democracy in action that she saw with citizens in the area working with city council. And I have to say that's true. The only problem was that night we tried, we couldn't get many of our neighbors included in the district, and we have been back a few times. We got the condominiums included. We've been trying to get our apartments included for so long, and we are very, very happy you're going to consider that, and I hope approve that tonight, because it's been very upsetting that they have not been given permits. I also want to say we were unanimously approved by the council with full knowledge that the parking garage was coming. Okay, just 2 comments, and that's actually, I wasn't going to speak tonight because I've spoken on this so many times, so I have 2 comments based on tonight's presentation. It was mentioned that there is frustration from neighbors because people park at one end of the street and don't seem to want to park down at the cul-de-sac and walk just a teeny weeny little bit extra to wherever they're going. And Jennifer's here, so I'll mention we love the red curb program, but it's not being covered anymore. And people are cramming into the beginning of the street, and some people have very, very small driveways. And even though they have the legal red curbs with the amount directly given to them by the city and approved by the city, people are parking in it and driveways are being blocked against. We would like the red curb program made known to parking people and ticketed for, or giving people notice so that they don't park in there and they just move a little bit further down the street. Also, we would like to request some monitoring after 6 p.m. We do fill to the max. We've been at 98%, I would say, a couple of the last farmers markets, and people coming home from work have not had a place to park. So as you do continue to look at the street and monitor it for the future of Dana Street, please look at us after 6 p.m. and not just on Thursday, but the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No other speakers?
That was the last one.
Okay. That actually reminded me of a question that I had written down and forgot to ask. We talked about Mr. Horn just so you all know, many of us, when we get our packet as council members, ask staff questions like, what does that mean? What does that mean? So one of the many questions I asked Mr. Horn was, how exactly were the cars observed in April and in November, April this year and November? Did someone walk around and count them, or how did that work? And so, Mr. Horn, would you mind sharing that out in the public?
Sure, absolutely. Actually, I'll ask Donna. She's the most knowledgeable person on our license plate reading technology to kind of describe how we got our occupancy information.
So we do have license plate recognition, but in these specific occupancy counts that we did do manual counts, really just to get a more accurate view, because the license plate technology does collect so much information and it becomes duplicative and a lot of analysis happens. Dana Street, as we all know, is not a very large street. And so the staff, and I can't speak for November because I wasn't working here then, but I do know that I'm pretty sure we did it exactly the same in the spring. And we did occupancy counts where we physically counted the cars on the street every hour of the day between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. so that we do have that consistent. So that 26% number that I provided is the average. But I will say, because I was the one that analyzed the data, it did not vary much from hour to hour. So we didn't see an increase after 6 p.m. Or any other time in the day.
Okay, thank you very much, because I have heard from people about the after 6 on Thursdays and on the weekends before today. So I was just curious about how that worked. And then the one thing we didn't talk about earlier too was construction, or maybe I missed it, and I apologize if I did. Construction, I know we talked about the contractors parking on Napomo Street, but also that there are a couple contractors that are actually in the Soda Works building, Soda Waterworks building. So as far as how many permits do the contractors actually have, and that will help us understand how much space they're taking.
So right now, we have 2 contractors that do lease property from the Soda Waterworks that we have given them temporary contractor permits. That is pretty status quo for construction projects around downtown, as we give contractors temporary permits for the length of the time. Obviously, this construction project is a much longer period, and so we do, with our staff recommendations, planned to have those contractors just purchase the annual permits rather than be issuing the temporary. But to date, we've been issuing those, and there's 4 for each contractor, the temporary permits issued right now. So a total of 8.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Francis?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions from the public comment. I was hoping we could get a little bit of clarification on the sunset provision that's in the recommendation. We had discussed earlier in the questions that the changes that we're discussing this evening will sunset when the cultural arts parking district structure is completed. But does that mean that the district itself goes away at that point, or does that mean that just these modifications will go away?
So some previous council action discussion was with council. We talked about implementing the Dana Street Parking District and also its relationship with the Cultural Arts District parking structure. When those 400 spaces come online, it's going to change the parking dynamics in that area altogether. And so with our previous meetings, we discussed the idea of implementing something now that will help the residents and commercial buildings on Dana Street, and we'll need to reevaluate it in the future and when the Cultural Arts District parking structure come online. And that's really for a couple different reasons. One is Dana Street is a very unique preferential parking district for the city. Dana Street allows higher density multifamily units to buy permits and participate in the program, where other areas like directly adjacent to Cal Poly don't have that benefit. And so we've done some different things to try to address this one unique area. So that's part of the rationale of trying to revisit the Dana Street Parking District in the future when the Cultural Arts District parking structure comes online. There were a couple other public comments that maybe I should just kind of try to
Yeah, but actually,
address.
just to follow
Okay.
up on that, just because the language I think is important here, because we're talking about revisiting it, but that doesn't mean it actually goes away at the point of being revisited. It just means that it will come back to council to be looked at in light of the new conditions on the ground. Is that right?
I believe so, and really, there's some unique issues out there that we'll probably need to deal with, and there's some unique issues that will be developed when we install the new parking structure that we're not aware of right now, but we'll have to address. So I do believe it's appropriate to come back and when the Cultural Arts District parking structure is complete and take a fresh look at what we need to do for Dana Street.
So when I read recommendation number 2 that says modify it and to make temporary modifications on Dana Street Parking District until the completion of the construction of the Cultural Arts District parking structure, that language there to me reads that these changes will sunset, but not necessarily the district itself. Am I reading that correctly? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure for the concerned audience members. And then I know, Mr. Horn, you were going to talk about the other questions, hopefully the red curb program and the tiny home impacts.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely. And if there's parking issues out there that we need to address due to encroachment into driveway aprons, we want to do that. Having a good transition from private property into the public right-of-way is a benefit for everyone. And so if that's not a program that's gone away, it's just we need to get out there and take a fresh look at that. Regarding the
Sorry, can I ask one follow-up on
Sure.
that? How would somebody get enforcement if they felt like people were encroaching on their red curb?
Actually, we're just going to go out there and look at it right now and make the appropriate changes. They don't need to reach out to us. We know it's an issue, and we'll have staff evaluate it and just take care of it.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Regarding 466 Dana Street, that property is currently not within the limits of the Dana Street Parking District, and that's really for two different reasons. One, it's a city-owned parcel, and our city-owned parcel currently doesn't have a need to park vehicles on Dana Street. When it does develop, we believe there's supposed to be 10 homes on that area with, and if we use the same ratios to other residential property with a likely impact of 20 preferential parking district permits for Dana Street. The caveat there is it's kind of developed as a car-free development, and so, you know, while council is, staff's recommendation is to give staff authority to address, you know, emergent issues on Dana Street, I don't believe that this is an emergent issue that should be handled by staff. Through the entitlement process, we kind of had a thought on how it was going to operate, and if the operations of that property versus the reality of it don't align well, I think that's something we need to check in with council on to see how we want to handle that. So theoretically, with the authority your staff's recommending in the recommendation to give the Public Works Director, we could handle that at a staff level, but that's not something that we currently want to do. So there's that issue. So again, we're not talking about abolishing the district. We're talking about managing it now and into the future. Really, the sunsetting in 2016 with CAD-PS is also abolishing my authority to make changes out there to address the issue. We would like to get to a place where this parking district and other parking districts all follow kind of a parking district process and are aligned that way. And that's why we're revisiting the preferential parking districts in totality to try to generate some rules of engagement, what we've learned from Dana Street and what we know from other areas. Red curb, Janice, tiny homes. I think I got them all, but I might have missed one.
You got all mine, so thank you so
All right,
much.
thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just one more question about the evaluation process, because we heard from some of the community members that sometimes the street is actually very busy. And the example given was Farmers Market, which implies to me that there are probably some people parking on Farmers Market nights that are not members of the district. And so there's probably a opportunity, if you will, for enforcement there to work on that. But so the other idea or other thing that was mentioned, and thank you, Donna, for the clarification about how when you do the evaluation, you go out every hour and take a physical count. Is that done on nights like Farmers Market or on weekends, or are we only able to do that on regular business days?
So the most recent ones were not on farmers market nights. And so I did make a note of that because I think that's going to be a really important point. We do have to consider the impacts on staffing because we also have farmers market going on. So our enforcement staff is pretty busy. So, but I will make that a priority to be able to get some occupancy counts on those higher use days.
Awesome, thank you. And I don't know where we're at with, are we done with public comment? Okay, I see other hands up, that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to address the concern that the district might be in the process of being rescinded by the action we take tonight. And I wanted to ask the city attorney, it's my recollection that when we established the preferential parking districts, there was also in our ordinances the provision for how a district would be rescinded or destroyed or whatever.
Correct, and you define and do that through resolution per the language of your ordinance, but there's a process laid out for the rescission.
Yeah, so it can't happen via a staff decision. It would have to come back to city council, and it's something that I believe my memory is that the residents themselves would say, hey, we don't want a parking district anymore, and so they apply to have it rescinded. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also, in terms of the tiny homes, I'm not sure at this point, and it could just be that I don't have the information, but I'm not sure that it's going to actually be happening given the cost of bringing in sewer and water and electricity and utilities and everything else that you'd have to do to establish that. So is it a foregone conclusion at this point that these little tiny homes are going to actually be built on that property? Or is that something still to be decided?
I believe that's still in process. City Manager Herman.
Sure, I can provide a brief update on that. So that's under plan review right now, and I just wanted to underscore that's an entirely separate entitlement process, an analysis of the existing parking standards, what their recommendations are, and going through the appropriate advisory bodies, including the required postings and notifications so that people can follow along with that process. But that's not an approved project at this point.
Right, just to clarify that. So that's another consideration that it's a known unknown at this point. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was clear. That doesn't mean it's not happening. It just doesn't, we're not there yet.
Right.
Right, okay, just making sure. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I'm just checking to see then in section 5 of the resolution itself, it talks about the authority for the Public Works Director that's including but not limited to adjusting the district boundaries, the eligible properties within the boundary, number of permits, et cetera. So eligible properties within boundaries, that makes sense because we were just talking about the Waterman Village, which I hope goes through at some point. It's a wonderful project. But in terms of the district boundaries, can someone clarify should that be struck? Are we actually having, because in theory then, the 4 spaces in front of, across the street from Soda Water Works where initially there had been a proposal, would that be an adjustment that would be allowed? Or I guess I'm just not seeing if that sentence is necessary if we're not actually intending on adjusting the district boundaries, or do we think we might want to make that adjustment within this 2-year period?
And is that the page 343, that one?
Page 344 of the packet, section 5 of the actual resolution. So the first
Okay, yeah,
resolution kind of
absolutely.
takes, keeps the district, it's a residential district, and tries to take out the Dana Street anomalies. Then we have the second resolution that has the specific allowances. So just wanting to check on the language there.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Horn?
Sure, yeah, and so it does say that. That is the authority that's in the resolution. District boundaries, in my mind, would be any properties adjacent to or not including in Dana Street. Really, the rationale was we have basically a year and a half before the Cultural Arts District parking structure comes online. Really, the intent was to try to manage Dana Street the best way we could to try to keep as many people happy as possible on Dana Street for that duration of time, and then have conversation with council in early 2026 about Dana Street, preferential parking districts, and how it needs to be managed. So the authority is in the resolution. I don't believe it's important if council wants to strike that portion out. I'm totally good with it, but it would limit our ability to deal with any infill issues like the Waterman property.
It seems like the eligible properties within the boundary would still be kept in. So that would be within the boundaries, but in terms of the boundary itself, it seems like, I'm just hearing by the ordinance that we've already passed to establish the boundary, I don't think that you would even, I feel like it's a potential conflict to adjust the boundary.
I agree. If council's willing to revise it to infill boundaries or something similar to that, maybe that conveys the intent properly.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful language to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I have a clarification on that. When I read the language about boundaries, I understood it. Now I think I might be wrong in my understanding. I understood it to mean that you might adjust the boundaries of the properties that would be given permits. So I thought that was a way, I was understanding it as a way of, again, getting to that utilization point. If you wanted to add more properties and more permits to the district, that would be a way of altering the boundaries to, I don't know, buildings that were on adjacent corners or something like that. But maybe was misunderstanding that.
I think we have staff and Mr. Horn both that would like to respond.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, because I do think that was the intent, as Matt Horn said. But if you picture the original resolution that established the district, it did have a map, as does this resolution, as Exhibit A. And so any modification, including the properties that are on Dana Street, so when you're thinking boundary, it's any modification of that map would be the changing of district boundaries. So one of the immediate changes we would be doing based on staff recommendations is including the multifamily 16-unit property that is not currently within the district boundaries. So that is really the intent of staff's wording, to be able to allow the modification of boundaries. But I'll let Mr. Horn add to that if you want.
I think maybe if we added that infill boundary, that interior infill, that would make a little more sense. And I think when going through this yesterday and understanding the differences of, okay, we have this many permits, we'll check and see if people, if it's utilized and if people would like more. So if it's not utilized enough, then we can say one more permit, getting to that point where we're actually fully utilizing the spaces, I should say. And if that is working or isn't working, gives that ability for the Public Works Director to make the changes. But changing outside of that boundary, we're including that apartment complex now, or that multifamily unit now. So just trying to make sure if there's other clarification we need beyond interior or infill boundary versus what we're putting out today. Does that make sense?
It does. I think what I'm hearing is council might be more comfortable with the infill boundary language kind of being put in the resolution, that really defines the intent of any properties abutting Dana Street being being able to rapidly be added to the district if there's some need that we don't know about right now. It's really not our intent. What our primary goal here is to try to establish kind of like a status on Dana Street that everyone's comfortable with and everyone's happy with for a period of time, the longest period of time that we possibly can. So that's the overarching goal of what we're trying to do here tonight.
I think the confusion a little bit would be when I go back to the utilization percentage and hearing the difference between the community's utilization, observation, and ours. I'm just wondering if there's some way that that can be included as you're making these decisions, and the community that lives and works there is saying, wait a second, but on Thursdays or but on the weekends, how can you hear that and make sure that that's taken into account with the way that we have the resolution now? Sorry, Councilmember Schwarzman, I think I just stepped right there.
I don't know if you want to respond to that before I go back to the original point, which was okay. Back to the word boundary. So by adding the complex, the housing complex, are we not expanding the boundary? Okay, so.
We're infilling the boundary. So really the perimeter, in my mind, and I don't know if this resonates with you all, is the boundary is the perimeter line that goes all the way around it. Any property abutting Dana Street that's not included, my consideration would be an infill to that. But if we want to revise the language to be something different, I totally defer to your opinion.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to get an understanding of what the Vice Mayor was saying and what our original intent was. So the intent was not to expand the boundary to maybe adjoining properties that are neighboring on, say, Napomo Street. It was just any properties that are sort of touching Dana Street. Is that?
That is the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you want to add to that or respond to that? Are you?
Yeah,
yes.
Close out. Yeah, thank you. And sorry to drag on the details. I just understand that there could be some discomfort in having broad authority that isn't clearly defined. So if my colleagues are okay with that and city attorney just anyway, just what words mean. But if we say infill district boundaries, that's fine. And I think we all understand the intent of this meeting. And city attorney, I see is, and then I have another comment after that.
I think Deputy City Manager Herman has come up with some good language.
Wonderful, thank you. City.
Sure, so we could just make a modification to that section of the resolution that states, including but not limited to adjusting the interior boundaries within the existing district.
Fabulous. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then if there aren't other questions, just my comments are I'm supportive of this language. I think it's needs to the resolution and the approach. I think it's a stopgap, right? This is a super complicated. Districts have a lot of layers, and for me, I do have long-term concerns about parity and who has access to what. But there's an historic use. There's no doubt impacts to the because of the construction right now. And so I think this is a tidy way to give staff a lot of opportunity a lot of creativity to be able to get the best utilization that we can. And that's the intent. And I think that's what we're doing here. So I'll be supporting the motion when it's time.
Can I ask one more question? And going back to the November data conversation around the districts, and I guess, do we need to talk about this now in this? I don't see it really in either of the recommendations, but I would love to see that we push off the November timing of looking at districts. I understand that this is one versus all, but I feel like it'll be not clear data, which is one of the districts that we'd be looking at in all the parking districts. I'd rather look at this in like February, give a little bit of time to get some data from this district as well as we're looking at all of the parking districts. Any thoughts on that from council? Councilmember Schwarzman?
I'm pondering that. Yeah, no, it was for that, but I was also just gonna kind of move into my comments. I'll sort of second what the vice mayor said. I'm generally supportive of this. I think it's really interesting to look at this over time. Dana was an extremely impacted street. So as the reference to former Councilmember Christensen, you know, there's a process by which a neighborhood, if their area is overly impacted by parking problems, they can request a district. That's what happens. You know, sort of democracy in action. The neighborhood decided that they wanted to make a change so that they would have access to more parking, and then we create this district, and now there's very low utilization of the parking. So it's like it almost like created an opposite problem in some ways. And now we're sort of tweaking around the edges while we've got this cultural arts parking district structure being built, which in all my conversations with the neighbors on the street, thank you for those of you who took the time to meet with us. They are looking forward to, at least those that I spoke to, they are looking forward to the parking structure and think it is gonna solve a lot of issues for them. And many of them are interested in buying the discounted parking passes and things like that for the structure. So I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but in the meantime, we need to do something to kind of keep massaging this so that we can get a little better utilization of that street and provide the residents and the businesses and those who need to park there a little bit more flexibility and breathing room. And as I mentioned in the meeting that I had with some of the business owners, we do need to look at this long-term and in a more holistic way, because this problem isn't going to go away as we get a more dense downtown and more mixed-use types of neighborhoods. We're going to have to figure out how to juggle the needs of the residents and the business owners, and also the public need for the use of right-of-way. So I'll look forward to that discussion and how we can kind of tease out all of those various aspects. And in terms of timing, I can see the value in having some time to look at what the impacts are to Dana Street after the cultural arts parking structure is built. And at the same time, I want to keep us moving forward. So I think I would like to be able to look at parking districts more holistically along the timeline. Maybe it's not November, but it's whenever the staff feels like they're ready to make a good assessment, knowing that that we're looking ahead at what we think might happen with Dana Street and trying to come up with a more, a forward-looking approach that will probably not be forever as well. Probably not a satisfactory answer, but I don't want to stop our work plan from moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for all your comments. And I just am so incredibly grateful to all of the business owners, residents that have been reaching out and communicating your needs. It's so incredibly helpful to hear from you all on the ground. What does it look like? What do you need? What are your experiences? And so I just want to encourage you all to participate as much as you possibly can whenever there's an opportunity. And I know Dana Street's really good at that. So thank you guys for turning up and for telling us what you guys need. Also glad that this ordinance gives us some flexibility to the staff so that we can deal with these weird anomalies as they come up. I know there's always going to be the exceptional property, somebody who needs something, and so I'm glad we're going to be able to deal with that. And especially glad to see that we're finally including multifamily. That felt like a massive oversight. So really glad for your advocacy on the street to make sure that your neighbors were included in that. I'm pondering, Mayor, because I like the idea of looking at things when we have the big picture in place. I also, though, I'm sort of inclined, like Councilmember Shoresman, to, I think we've got so many different kinds of districts out there. We really need to kind of look at these holistically, and that doesn't mean that Dana Street would change, because it's going to stay with these temporary changes as long as the construction's going on. But you know, it will give us an idea, as you said, what's going to come down the line. And I know we made jokes at the beginning of how many meetings we've had about this, but really, I think it's just an indication that we realize that things change, conditions change, and we need to kind of make sure that we're still meeting the needs of our residents and our businesses. So I think I'm inclined to keep that moving along and look at the districts in November, but I'm supportive of the changes recommended this evening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pease.
I realized the one thing I forgot to, from my notes that I forgot to mention was just that, like that Thursday, just the signage and the kinder, gentler enforcement. I know we've been talking about that, but it's been confusing. People have not always known what to do there. So I just hope with whatever changes that if we can, warning notes, a lot of warning notes at the beginning, and just excellent signage, like no parking without permit, or something really big, so people who are visitors don't have that negative experience of a ticket. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I want to join the chorus of congratulations to the Dana Street residents and businesses for advocating on your own behalf. It's really important and it's appreciated. I'm generally with the change that we're talking about, the clarification that Deputy City Manager Herman came up with. I'm supportive of the resolution, the staff recommendation. I do think it would be good to postpone the consideration of all of the parking districts until we have a little bit more data about Dana Street. When I say having lived lived in a parking district over by Cal Poly, and actually was the first parking district in the city, and I actually advocated for its inception back in the day. Things are changing within the parking districts, and we still don't have a lot of data on those changes. And I'm specifically referring to the state law changes that allow for ADUs to be built, and also certain lots in R1 areas to be subdivided. The purpose, as I understand it, is to just basically create more housing, more opportunities for housing. But the city's policy of giving 2 permits to each unit, and each ADU is considered a unit, and I can just tell you that there are implications there, but we haven't quite seen them yet. So I think it'd be better to wait till sometime after the new year, and after the construction of the, possibly even after the construction of the parking district, to look at the whole thing. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all for the parking districts, and it's because of quoting former council member Christensen, it's because it's actually a neighborhood advocating for itself, and each neighborhood has its own characteristics, and so I don't want to see a cookie cutter approach to the whole thing. We need to look at what's actually happening. But in general, I'm in favor of the staff recommendation.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all of your comments as well. To my colleagues, I am very in favor of where we have slowly changed to. It is like moving a big ship. Any of our ordinances or regulations or resolutions, a lot, and muni codes. I have to say that I'm very proud of the process that has happened with this, and I know that it sounds. I feel like sometimes it sounds trite in the sense that community responded, we responded, it's done, good job. But it really is what we do. And I was very thankful for the community coming together and asking to meet with us. And obviously none of us met with more than 2 at one time of a council members. We were very honoring the Brown Act. And really the community was very clear with what they needed from to staff and to us. And even through the process, through the changes, sometimes it was, whoa, that's not what we meant. Or we did mean that, but not with that one variable. And so I really appreciate that conversation back and forth. So 7 meetings is a lot, but it's the evolution back and forth of this district. And this district was specifically, if I can say that, because there's a commercial aspect to this and a multifamily aspect to this parking district that we don't really have in the rest of parking districts. It may be just Councilmember Marks and I, but I truly believe that if we move forward with studying the parking districts this November, it's too soon. We have made decisions without enough data and had to come back and say, oops, I'm sorry, and really say, how do we make this work for the community? And so I really want to make sure we have enough data to make future decisions. I don't want to do cookie cutter, and I also do want to streamline things a bit. Because everything that we do, if we are not efficient, it costs the taxpayers money. And so I get that. It takes time and energy away from our staff doing things that are exciting and interesting, saying, all right, hold on, let me follow the grid of code of parking districts and what exactly we can offer. So I think there's a lot to be said here that if we want to look at the parking districts as a concept without any data, sure, let's look at it in fall. But if we're looking at it with actual data, we're not even done with the construction of the parking district, of the parking structure, which is why we're making these temporary changes. So it doesn't make sense to me to now start studying the data of something that is temporary that we're not going to continue. So that's just my thoughts back to you all as well as to staff, and we can go from there. But I do think that we continue to keep the communication lines open with the community on all of these different issues that we work on. This one specifically, of course, because we're going to make these changes. I really appreciate you, Vice Mayor Pease, sharing about the signage. I just looked at someone today that I saw them. They had a parking ticket because they were parked in the commercial loading zone, not anywhere near Dana Street. But my point being that people are still confused, don't necessarily know what to do, and there is, the conversation always, sign pollution versus sign clarity, and what does that look like? I mean, the sign was in front of the vehicle, but it doesn't, it's hard because you get out of the car and you just go. And so, no harm on that person. I just think that we have to help people have it at a visible height as well. Some of our signs are really low, some are high, just how do we make that work? And I think as we are continuing to change things on a pretty regular basis because of the evolution, we have to make communication really clear. And I did forget to mention earlier, my question that I had asked Mr. Horn about the outreach. I know you're still working on the outreach with Mission. They're not here. They're not, some of the families aren't even in this area right now because school's not in session. So I just really hope there's a thorough, robust communication plan to Mission teachers, staff, and family members, because that is something that will be really hard. A hard transition as we get into August and September and people confused on what to do. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. I didn't weigh in on the timing. I think that we do need to proceed with the study. I know it's going to be an iterative process because it is. There's a lot of philosophical policy conversation. So I trust that we'll have lots of time before we jump into specific solutions. And we suspended forming any new districts until we do that study. So a lot of neighborhoods are on hold. So I do think that we need to progress with that. If folks are ready, I'll go ahead and, oh, I thought you were ready for a motion.
City Manager, did you still have a comment?
Sure, thank you, Mayor and council members. We're happy to take direction on the item. The current date that that's scheduled for is November 12th. But what we can do is that we're going to be reviewing an internal sort of project plan document, which outlines what the scope is of the update, what our engagement is going to look like with folks, and how we plan to check in with council along the way. regardless of the council direction, we're happy to advance that to y'all via email so that there's just a little bit more clarity on expectations of what to expect and when, and then we could, of course, receive additional direction after that time.
That would be great. I think the community probably would want to weigh in on that outline as well. So thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thank you. That would be helpful. I would appreciate that. And as I was listening to you all talk about the timeline and the weirdness with the cultural arts parking structure not being done and in time to evaluate the variables and success or challenges that still remain with the Dana Street Parking District, and yet we still want to continue to move forward with evaluating parking districts in a more holistic way because we have put a hold on other parking districts. Nobody is allowed with the current way that the current direction is to establish new parking districts with the exception of one small neighborhood. And so we've got a lot of people potentially on hold with this. So want to move that effort forward and see something. I don't know if that would be a study session or an actual ordinance we would review on November 12th. I'm guessing it would be a little bit more of a study session. Seeing positive nods, I guess I would ask that staff, present us the best data that they can at that time, which obviously they would. And maybe we could leave open, depending on the status of their research and evaluation, the possibility of sort of holding Dana Street, holding them harmless in that process until we kind of evaluated more holistically what they thought that parking districts should look like, and then evaluate that particular district as it meets the requirements that we think we're going to implement after we've had some more time to analyze that. So proposing that as sort of a middle ground, I guess, in terms of direction, still keep us moving forward for November 12th with an analysis of parking districts more holistically, but leaving the option open for holding Dana Street harmless to any changes until we have some evaluation on that particular location. Throwing that out there. And I'll just make that as the motion. Recommend approval of the two resolutions with that directional change. And the modification to section number 5 as proposed by staff.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Pease.
Second.
Great. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, thank you so much for the robust conversation, and thank you so much, staff, for all the great work you've done to continue to manage this process. So thank you. And we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back here at 8:03. Well, thank you, and we'll return back to the meeting for item 7B. That is the Short Range Transit Plan. We're very excited. I'll kick it off to Alex and Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. So before you tonight is a study session on the Short Range Transit Plan update. The recommendation is to receive a presentation on the progress completed so far in the Short Range Transit Plan update, including service alternatives that were analyzed under working paper 4, and then to provide direction to staff on which service alternatives should be incorporated into the draft plan, and then to return in fall with what we're calling an administrative draft of the plan for a second review. So really high level of, is my mic, oh, my apologies. Really high level, what it is, okay. What is a short range transit plan? It's essentially a 5-year business plan that helps transit agencies lay out operational capital needs to help better meet the community at large. This short range transit plan is a joint short range transit plan between the city and RTA. The last short range transit plan we did was the first joint one, and it seemed very successful because it helped sort of identify how we can be more collaborative amongst our respective transit agencies. It also helped with some of the costs associated with data collection, outreach, analysis. And so our approach this year is very similar. We will have one working paper that will talk about both RTA system and slow transit systems, but ultimately it will produce two totally separate short-range transit plans at the end. So the first portion of it was existing conditions. We went through and looked at what our current levels of service are, how well we're doing. Currently, we did extensive outreach, and that sort of laid the foundation of what would become our service alternatives analysis. So we're kind of in the middle portion of it. We've been going at it for quite a long time. It's been almost a 10-month process to get here, and we still have another about 7 months or so to go. So we thought it was a good time to come to y'all, check in, and see how we're doing with our service alternatives analysis, which ones should be included in the administrative plan, maybe which ones that weren't analyzed that should be analyzed, and then brought back for consideration in November. So as I mentioned, we're producing 8 working papers. So far, we've completed 4 of them. The 4th one was the service alternatives analysis. The one that was attached to the council item, it only concerns slow transit service alternatives. We kind of pushed the consultants to get that done a little bit quicker than they were working on RTAs because they knew that we were trying to get before you tonight to have a discussion about it. But the prior 3 working papers were linked in the agenda report, and they're available on our webpage and RTA's webpage, and they do contain both RTA's information as well as slow transit's information. Where we're going next is dependent on what service alternatives we move forward with. We will start looking at operating budgets and financial projections, as well as capital improvement needs. And then there is also a marketing plan component where we're going to look at not only how do we market our overall system, but also specific campaigns like our Downtown Access Pass, as well as our discounted K-12 pilot program, which is currently going on right now. We did have a meeting last month with the consultants, and what we'll likely do is swap the marketing plan for the capital improvement plan. It seems to make more sense that operating and capital kind of happen more closely together. And then we'll go into the marketing plan, and then the final working paper will be how we can better close the gaps between our 2 systems, between RTA systems and slow transit system. So working paper 1, pretty straightforward. It's what we do and how we do it and how frequently and to what levels and to where. So I just put our system-wide map up there so you could see. We operate our 4 fixed routes on A and B type clockwise, counterclockwise system. We always like to point out A routes run 7 days a week. The B routes are only weekdays. So when sometimes you see ridership numbers and you're trying to figure out why A routes are a lot more popular, that's why. We also run some trippers. Right now, the Laguna Tripper is the only one in service. It primarily serves the Laguna Middle School along LVR and Foothill. But we do have 2 other trippers, Slow Tripper that services the high school, and then the Highland Tripper that runs north of Foothill in the Highland area. We also have an express service, which if you think about it, it's very similar to our trolley. It goes directly from Cal Poly to downtown on Thursday nights. And then we have our seasonal slow trolley, which runs along Monterey into the downtown area, and that runs on Thursdays, and then during December it runs Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I went too fast, I apologize. Working paper 2 really helps to tie our city goals and objectives to standards and performance measures that we can use to hold ourselves accountable and to track progress on attaining whatever those goals and objectives may be. In working paper 2, I believe there's about 20 standards, and then there's even more performance measures to attain each of those standards. But really, I just wanted to put one up here as an example. We've been really using the mode split objectives as our sort of North Star for the short-range transit plan update. Historically, short-range transit plans tend to be a little bit more incremental, fine-tuning. How can we better do A or better meet on-time performance? And we've tried to really be lofty in our attainment of that mode split objective. And so as an example of that, the standard is frequency of service. Right now, most of our service is hourly with some up to about 20 minutes at full academic service on one of our 3 routes. But the proposed measure is at peak times trying to obtain a 15-minute service frequency and 30-minute off-peak, and then of course 60 minutes would be the absolute minimum. It is aggressive, and you'll see in some of the service alternatives it's going to take a lot to get there, but we don't want to shortchange ourselves. We want to really try to meet the 7% and 12% most food objectives as on time. So working paper 3, a lot bigger, including appendices. I think it was like 170 pages, so I don't fault anybody for not going through everything. But it covers a lot. It covers demographic and economic data trends, not only for the city, but for the county. It looks at our 10-year trend analysis, how well we're doing or how well we're not doing in certain areas, and we'll get into that. As well as it does a deep dive into our past year's performance in fiscal year 22 and 23. And then a majority of the appendices are an analysis of the onboard surveys that we did in October, the community surveys we did in December, and then a lot of the workshops and public meetings that we had in trying to condense and categorize all that information and then have it help inform our service alternatives analysis. So the first portion of the working paper 3 is a transit needs index assessment. I thought this was just a good visual guide to show where our traditionally more transit dependent residents live. And it may be a little bit shocking because you see these big like red blobs or orange blobs, but they are census tracts. So it doesn't mean that there's necessarily a bunch of houses up there. It could just be on a small portion, but it tends to be transit-dependent individuals, tend to be youths and seniors, persons with disabilities, persons with low income, and then persons that live in a zero vehicle household. You can see downtown is pretty bright red, and a part of that is we have some low-income housing. A lot of the housing that is downtown does not come with parking. That's where Parking Services comes in with their downtown residential overnight parking program. But as a positive note, all areas that either have a medium or high transit needs index are served by some degree of fixed route services provided by Slow Transit. So that's a really positive note. 10-year trend analysis, I don't think I can get by without talking about pandemic years and the impacts that they've had, not only to us, but as an industry. I do like to point out, as we've done some of these presentations, that there is sort of a little bit of a dip. We did peak around 2015, 2016, and it started to slide from there, and then it was really accelerated by the pandemic years. I've done a little bit of research myself and talked to other agencies, and it really depends on where they are, what those impacts that cause that pre-pandemic decline, but generally it's automobiles became easier to obtain, used car loans became easier to obtain, the transit network companies like Uber and Lyft started to really take off, and then of course as we built back, hybrid work environments have become commonplace, and so that may be part of it. But I do want to highlight our unaudited ridership numbers for this past fiscal year 2023-24 show that we're over 11% increase from the prior year. So we are building back, and we're building back strong. And surprisingly, when we looked at it, it was 17% increase in general ridership. So a lot of people think, oh, well, it's Cal Poly coming back. That's actually not necessarily the case for us this year. They outpaced by general ridership at almost 2 to 1% wise. So very positive. Also 10-year change in operations, no surprise, as we have yet to completely restore services to pre-pandemic levels. Our service hours and our service miles are lower than where they were in 2013 and 2014. And of course, our costs have gone up. The only good thing is when you look at a 10-year average, our operating costs aren't much higher than what the CPI would be over that same period. So that's slightly comforting. And then of course, because of new agreements with Cal Poly for transit services, local revenue has increased by about 14% over that 10-year period. Low light, I would say generally for us, last fiscal year, our on-time performance, not good. We have a standard in our last short-range transit plan that says 95% on-time performance or better. You can clearly see some of our routes are not meeting that. There are some alternatives that look to address this and behind the scenes before the short-range transit plan kicked off, and even now we're working on trying to make minor tweaks here and there to improve that on-time performance. But generally 4A and 4B had pretty strong on-time performance, as well as our Laguna Tripper, which of all of our routes, those three are the highest performing when it comes to ridership. So we're doing something right there. And I will say the Old Slow Trolley has been corrected in that between when this data was collected and now we've gone from a 20-minute loop to a 30-minute loop. And it was just a recognition that as soon as we completed that first loop, we were already behind, and that time grew as the evening went on. So we're doing 30-minute loops now, and we're on time a majority of those trips. And then, like I said, the appendices include a mountain of information, and I wanted to take some from the onboard surveys and kind of put it in here to show the preferences of current riders. One of the things that we heard from Louise Justice tonight is how people receive information, and I'll say that the shortcomings that she identified are not incorrect. I admit that we didn't do the best that we could to notify for summer schedule. But we do, as a regular process for any service changes, is we'll do social media posts, we post on our webpage, we do news releases, we do try to post at every stop, and clearly she identified some that we had not, which is point taken. But we're also doing other things, like we have our Slow Transit app, and we'll push notifications to there as well. We have our Token Transit app where you can buy passes and you can also push notifications. So we're continually looking to improve upon that. And as you can see, most individuals prefer social media, but they also prefer an email newsletter. And so with our new communications coordinator, we're trying to get crafty on how we collect from our riders emails that we can then send specific Slow Transit email blasts to that aren't part of like the larger city e-notification process. But also printed mailers, even though preferred by a much lower percentage, still might be viable for target audiences like members of the downtown area that may qualify for the Downtown Access Pass. So we are looking at things like that as well. Something that I found a little interesting is desired service improvements. Later evening service among current riders was the #1, and then followed by more frequent service and then additional Saturday and Sunday service. But when we did look at boarding times, only about 20% of people boarded after 6 p.m. And it's not, of course, the question is if people are asking for it, then I would hope to see more ridership in those later evening hours. But at the same time, people could say, I don't ride that late evening because the services aren't there. So it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg. But it was something that we cued into early and often, and especially from all the way going back to the Transit Innovation Study, that more frequent service, later evening service, and then more weekend service were like the clear top three that not only our riders, but our non-riders wanted. And then the online survey, we asked, how are we doing? Rate us. And overall, we got a 4.1. I think it was 70+% either gave us a 4 or 5, so I feel good about that. It's a B-. So there is some room for improvement. But the highest rank was driver courtesy, which I thought was awesome at almost 4.6. And then safety and security, which is something that we've heard a lot about. But generally, those that do ride feel very safe riding our transit system. And then, of course, lowest ranked, as you saw on the previous slide, on-time performance, and then service frequency, which we hear a lot about. So this all leads into working paper 4, and I was trying to think of like a good analogy, but the best I could think of is a gardening analogy. And this is, we've built our raised garden bed, we filled it with dirt, and then now we're trying to pick the seeds that we're gonna grow, hopefully, and come to fruition over the next couple years. So all these service alternatives are based on the 7 months of data and analysis and meetings and outreach that we've conducted, but also on things like our Transit Innovation Study, SLOCOG's Unmet Transit Needs Assessment. So a lot has been kind of baked into them. Because we're trying to obtain the 7% mode split objective by 2030 and 12% by 2035, a lot of the alternatives focus on what is the greatest benefit to increasing ridership. And so that would, it's not the sole metric, but there was heavy emphasis placed on it. And then, of course, to caveat, as we go through these, they're all evaluated individually. And then once we come to a general agreement on maybe what should be incorporated into the draft plan, then they'll start looking at consolidated impact. So as you see, some of the need for additional buses may not be that great as we look to consolidate services and say, hey, you know, standalone, we need 2, but when we look at them together, we only really need 1 bus. That's great. It's a benefit to us. So the service alternatives are broken down into 4 categories to save everyone time. The orange arrows relate to, I don't even want to call them preliminary recommendations, but it's what's the consultants believe would help to meet our performance measures while keeping on theme with increasing ridership. So you will see anything in orange arrow on later slides as part of what we call preliminary recommendations. But service frequency is just how often we serve on a fixed route line. It's also, you hear headway reductions. Headway is just the time between one bus showing up and another bus showing up. So really, we poured a lot of energy into looking at this and going, how can we, if at all possible, double service frequencies across all routes, across A routes, across select routes. And so a lot of numbers, but generally it's very expensive to do so. It can get into the millions for operating costs, and then it would be about a 40% increase in our fleet of just purely new vehicles, not including replacement of existing vehicles to do so. So not outside the realm of possibility, but a big lift, yeah. But what the consultants did analyze is, because Route 4 is our highest performing route, possibly adding additional services during peak time. So that's morning time commutes on the clockwise route, and then evening time on the counterclockwise route. And they found that that's something that is feasible. It meets all of our performance metrics, and it's something that could be done with a minimal increase to operating costs. So that's why it was ultimately part of the recommendations. And I did include on here packet page slides for the full narrative that the consultants had provided as part of the tables. Second, span of service, which is basically when do we start service and when do we end service and on which days. Again, we looked at extending services all the way till midnight during academic year, non-academic year, as well as some more nuanced approaches, expanding B routes on the weekends, because that's something we heard a lot about. A lot of people also expressed confusion. Why A routes only on the weekends? Why not the B? And luckily, it is something that through this analysis, the consultants believe that we could accomplish, and it would have a very high benefit in ridership. And best of all, we could do it with our existing fleet, because those B route buses on the weekends, they just sit at the yard, and so we could utilize them immediately. Category 3, which is something that I've heard since I think day one, and something that is sort of a newer element to transit agencies, is microtransit. The best way I think about microtransit is it's somewhere between Uber, Lyft, and fixed route. It fills this sort of gap that exists between the two. It's not a public operation of a Uber or Lyft, because we wouldn't operate in that capacity, but it's more like a paratransit or demand response. And it was something we asked them to analyze because it was in our transit innovation study. And it helps to kind of fill those smaller gaps in between hourly service. In one case, we looked at as a supplement to evening service, thinking that it might be a lower cost alternative to fixed route. I do want to say that the additional buses needed, those aren't true 40-foot, 40-passenger buses. They're like ADA accessible vans or equivalents or something. But it is important to note, because it would be lower cost and probably quicker to acquire. But as the consultants noted in their analysis, it's probably best to operate as a pilot program, see how successful it is. There are companies out there that provide what they call turnkey, where we can just lease everything from them, lease the software, the hardware, the vehicles, and then test it out for a period of time. And so we are in a 1-year extension with TransDev, our current contract provider. And as we move forward with the short-range transit plan and near completion, we'll be developing an RFP and bringing that forward, which as an alternative, if microtransit is incorporated in the short-range transit plan, that would be incorporated in the RFP as an alternative for that service to be provided for a period of time or the length of the contract, whatever we believe is most appropriate. Visuals, I wanted to put some maps up there. So these are the 2 microtransit alternatives. The one on the left is basically an overlay of Route 1, which is like the southeast area. And we heard a lot from people trying to get access to the airport and the challenges of the airport and flights and departure times and arrival times. And maybe a microtransit overlay is the best solution for that. I think it was 2 weeks ago, somebody from the county reached out to the city asking if there was an interest in a demand response type system. So maybe there's a partnership there that wasn't captured within this analysis. But we wanted to provide the alternative of what does it look like on a system-wide basis. And fortunately, both of them from a productivity and cost efficiency and cost effectiveness, they didn't necessarily meet the marks, but it is an unknown market. So it's really unknown at this time exactly how many people will want to use it, how much interest we'll have, and how quickly we could get a program up and off the ground. And then lastly, 4th category, route realignment, trying to focus on some of those on-time performance issues, and then service reinstatement, which we've already committed to it. And this was a chance for our consultants to say, actually, no, it doesn't make sense to bring back trippers, or it doesn't make sense to do the 6 Express, but they, after their analysis, said, hey, it's actually a real benefit. It's a low cost. I do need to, and I believe this is probably because I rushed them to produce this, need to look back at their analysis on why they're recommending additional buses when we ran all this stuff with the same amount of fleet we have now. So I'm confident we could do this with no additional fleet expansion. We did get some comment about Route 1 and 3 realignment, and the comments were correct. I mean, we would eliminate service to stops. It would have an impact to existing riders that use those stops, and it would make it more difficult for people that live in that area to walk a reasonable distance or travel a reasonable distance to an in-service bus stop. But it was one of the elements that the consultants felt would most readily address the on-time performance impacts that we're seeing on Route 3. However, I will say that there's other alternatives that we can request the consultants analyze and that staff can do themselves to help try to trim some time on it without what we call creating any major service reductions, where it's, and we define that as anything that's more than 15% or more of a reduction in hours or miles. And so it's something that we see the net benefit of it, but there is also, this is one of the few that has that negative human impact. So these 2 slides are just essentially the orange arrows that you saw on the previous 4 slides with the tables. There's 5 of them: route realignment, 1 and 3 that we just talked about, and I try to add just benefits and impacts to kind of just get a general scope of what it would take and what sort of positive results we would hope to see from it. Providing B route service on weekend days year round, which is great because that's something we also heard about was the reduction during summer, and this would help kind of bring that back up to where we tend to operate at the academic year. And then 3 and 4 are essentially complements to one another. More frequent service on 4A during the morning, and then more frequent service on 4B during the evening time. It doesn't mean they're married together, but it does mean that they kind of make sense if people are traveling one way at one point of the day, get them back at the other point of the day with the same level of service. And then finally, the 5th preliminary recommendation is a full reinstatement to pre-pandemic normals, which I am fully committed to, whether or not it's one of the recommendations. I talked about it a lot, but I do want to highlight again the extensive public outreach and engagement that we've done to it. I recognized in January that the transit innovation study could have benefited from some additional outreach, and so we pulled out as many stops as we could to get engagement. We did onboard surveys, which combined between the two agencies yielded about 1,000 survey results. Ours were about a little over 400. And then we did in-person stakeholder meetings, virtual stakeholder meetings, and those tended to be representatives from public agencies, city, county, SOCOG, and so forth. And then we've had two joint, it's a long acronym, but Mass Transportation Committee, which is ours, and then Regional Transit Advisory Committee, which is RTA's. So we've had two joint meetings. We're gonna have a third one in September to look at operational impacts and capital investments. And then, of course, we've done 3 community workshops over 2 days to talk about service alternatives and the impacts. And the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion was nice enough to provide me with a list of, I think it was about 150 community partners. And so in advance of the community workshop, I emailed all of them and invited them to either come to ours or the one that was happening in Paso or the one that was happening in Orcutt area. We covered all information, but of course the one here in SLO had an emphasis on slow transit. We're nearing the end. These are some questions that we kind of thought would help foster a discussion. The next slide is really talking about next steps. So I don't know if it's best to just kind of pause here and we can talk about some of the service alternatives and some of the comments that we've received and what should move forward in the administrative plan and what new analysis needs to be done between now and November.
I am excited to hear all these questions, but I do think there are maybe a few questions some of us have before we get to these 4. I know personally, one of the questions that I've asked in my agenda review was, is there a reason that we did not look at the east-west on Tank Farm kind of area? And I saw that actually a person commented on that as well, a constituent. Not just because there's not that route right now, because that is a question, but also as we've annexed and as we have more developments in that area, my concern is how do people get from, west to east and east to west? So I don't know if that's a C and D route versus A and B route, but something to think about. So I'm just curious if you'd all thought about that or what was the thought process behind that?
No, and I had to go back through a lot of the rider and non-rider surveys and the unmet transit needs assessment to see, did I miss something? Was it called out somewhere? And I think I saw one comment in one of the surveys that was done about a connection along Tank Farm between Broad and Higuera. But this morning, I've already talked to the consultants, provided them a map of what I thought would be an appropriate route that would sort of blend Route 1 and 2 along Higuera and Broad and Tank Farm. And then we've also talked about providing service to Avila Ranch that is just south of that as well. And whether it's modifying Route 2 to dip into Avila Ranch or this new route possibly having enough time to go down into the Avila Ranch development and then come back up and then connect like all other routes back to the transit center. So you will see that in November.
Great, thank you. And so I imagine also the data from Rigetti Ranch wouldn't be very useful yet because that wasn't there yet, but I know there's the bus stops. So as we continue this review, hopefully we'll get to look at that area in the future too. Is that in the plan?
Well, we do provide some service to Rigetti Ranch already on the 1, and then not in the short-range transit plan, but there was already talks about modifying service to service Froome Way because where a lot of the roundabouts are. And so we are looking at that. So that may not necessarily make an short-range transit plan, but it is being considered outside of that. So we are working on ways to do that without further impacting this Route 2A that's already has these on-time performance issues.
Okay, just thinking about, Rigetti Ranch wasn't as populated, and getting down to the grocery store, the pharmacy, and getting back home seems like a much shorter ride versus the whole getting back to downtown to be able to get back to Bonds when they're just right there or whatever store they go to.
And I attended one of the meetings about the transitional unhoused persons development that was going in there, and that was a concern that they had, that hourly service was not enough, and that may those two elements may push microtransit into being a more feasible option in that area, or it could just be increasing frequency of service, but that's something that will be in the administrative draft of the plan.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just had a question about the bus stops, and I have to say, because I was out of town and arrived back at midnight last night, I haven't had a chance to really thoroughly analyze the report. But do you get into bus stops? Because I want to make a few observations. One is that I see situations in bus stops where people are camping out in the bus stop, and then there are people who are waiting for a bus who don't have any place to sit down, and it's maybe raining or it's maybe hot or something, and or cold, and they can't use the bus stop that's provided there for them. So there's that, and then there's also a number of bus stops that don't have any place to sit down. You have to stand to catch the bus. And then I've seen situations where, people with crutches or with a walker or something are standing in that situation. So in terms of ridership, I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to improve the condition of the bus stop, so that, to me, that's a big part of the decision-making process, is whether I feel safe at the bus stop or I can actually have a seat. I'm thinking of the disabled and the senior population mostly.
Well, I will say in short, the capital improvement plan component of the Shoreline Transit Plan will address bus stop improvements, and it also, the plan sets standards on how many riders board and deboard, which will trigger, say, something like a bench, a shelter, a trash can, things of that nature. But there is definitely a push-pull between providing shelter and comfort to riders, and then also deterring unwanted loitering and behaviors. So yes, my plan, not only through the Shoreline Transit Plan, but beyond, is to bring everything up to our standard and to hopefully expand the number of benches and shelters that we have out there. We do work closely with our homeless programs team and police department to, when there is somebody, try to get them moved and relocated as respectfully and as quickly as possible. We're also looking at not only improvements, but also cleaning and maintenance to them. And so we have an individual that is contracted right now that's going to be doing pressure washing. Right now he's focused on the transit center, but he's going to be going around to some of the other major stops as well. So that was one of the things I heard a lot at the Transit Innovation Study council meeting, and I have not forgotten it. So that will be in the plan, and then we are working on it right now to address some of those issues.
Yeah, because I think that, your choice riders, the riders who choose to use the bus, even if they might have cars or other ways of getting around, I think that will go way up if the experience of being in the bus stop is improved.
I believe during the online survey, which tends to be more the non-riders, one of the biggest sort of barriers to ridership is safety and security. They don't feel safe at our bus stop, so I don't disagree.
No, just question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for the question about Tank Farm, because that was one of my questions that I was going to ask about. The other question that I had was about the proposal to reroute the 1A and B and the 3A and B I think the big issue there is that those would potentially lose 4 stops, and you talked about how the contractor that we used thought that was, a relatively minor change. I wondered about the possibility of rerouting one, but not the other. It just strikes me that creates, where those 4 stops are relatively close together, and they're also in a yellow-orange
Yes.
red area of the map in terms of the needs associated with the population living in that area. And so just wondering if you could comment on whether or not it would be an option to change one but not the other, or to kind of limit the impact to that area, or what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not, kind of like the 4A and 4B, they're not married together. They were just complementary. I think the consultants also looked at on-time performance on Route 2, and they could not find a feasible way of reducing time without significantly impacting ridership. So there are opportunities outside of this to maybe look at what we call kind of fine-tuning the routes. So this isn't a must-have by any means, but the attractant of on-time performance to new riders is very real. And so we emphasize through this process of, okay, what will get a lot, highest percentage of new riders, and on-time performance was one that was identified. I do have in here a clearer map of Route 1 and 3. If there's any value in bringing that up, we can take a look at it.
Sure, love to see it.
Yeah, because that was one of the comments I got back was, what is going on in this map? I don't understand.
There's a lot of lines on top of each other in some places. So.
Yeah. So this one should be a lot clearer. So dotted lines are existing, and then solid lines are the alternatives. And then the purple pink is the 1, and then like the orange and reddish are the 3. So if it'll be, so clearly shows the 4 stops along South Street and Broad Street that would not be serviced. And really the idea is getting the 3 onto the freeway, and bypassing the downtown area would save time and maybe possibly attract new riders. And then, of course, somewhere the 1 is rerouting it so it doesn't go downtown necessarily. It goes
basically keeps it
along
on
Broad
the
Street.
arterial instead of a faster road to drive on, I'm sure, than Broad Street, which has a lot of stoplights and stop signs.
Yeah,
And
you just said it a lot better than I was stumbling through. But yes, keep it moving. That's what the idea was.
I guess the concern that we got in the email, and maybe you can just answer this a little bit more directly, is if those 4 stops are eliminated, the email expressed that the closest stops are the transit center or the corner of Santa Barbara and South, I think, or Broad. I'm just wondering if that's correct, or are there other stops that are kind of closer to where those 4 stops would be lost?
I believe that is correct, but what I don't know if it'd be beneficial, but we could put little maps with a 1/4 mile ring around each of the stops to kind of see, is there a dead zone in there? And is there value in moving forward with a realignment if there's a large dead zone where it's a greater than 1/4 mile walking distance, which is, again, one of our standards. So we could do that and provide that back in November, and then possibly have other alternatives to improve on-time performance on the 1 and the 3 routes.
I think that would be helpful, at least for me, in the analysis of seeing what the true loss of that, of those stops are, especially for people who might have difficulty walking a little further to get to a stop.
Yeah, absolutely. The intention is not in any way to make any sort of transit deserts, but really just try to focus on this huge void in our on-time performance standard.
And then another item that I've heard from community members that's caused a little bit of frustration is the ability to get from basically one end of town to the other, especially where we don't have these routes that all meet up in downtown. So say from...
Here, I'll go back to the system map if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, from like Foothill to LOVR or Johnson to LOVR, like Johnson to the South Higuera to the Trader Joe's neighborhood, some of those bigger shopping hubs, from Johnson Avenue to the DSS building on South Higuera, places where low-income people might need to frequent without taking the time to stop downtown, because that adds a significant amount of time to your ride.
Yeah.
So just wondering if some of those could be considered as express routes, or if that would be a better option for microtransit. Just curious what the thoughts are on that.
Yeah, and I kind of go back to what feedback we received, and again, I went through and I didn't see anything specifically, but maybe people have already consigned themselves to this is how it is, and I can't change that. But I do think having a new route that would blend Higuera and Broad service through Tank Farm would probably go a long way. Something that we used to do pre these bidirectional is some of the routes didn't go through the transit center. So maybe there's an option there as well to have a route or two that would link some of these, but not necessarily have that impact of having to go through the downtown area and stop at the transit center and do all that stuff. So we can have them look at it, and I have a list of some of the connection points that you had referenced, so I can have the consultants take a look at that as well. But it could end up being that microtransit would be a great filler for some of those across city trips that either are impossible right now or would take an extended period of time on our current like fixed route bidirectional system.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for all the great questions so far. Just as a kind of quick anecdotal follow-up on the directional routes, I know anecdotally I live down on South Broad, and a lot of my neighbors, my husband included, used to commute to Cal Poly from there, but now the route takes an hour and a half. So it's just no longer an option because it loops through downtown. You have to switch buses, you have to wait for the next one to come through. So I know a bunch of people who used to commute via bus from South Broad area, just it's not a consideration anymore. So just another one to look at there. Wanted to go back really quickly to the South Street loss of stops there. Just particularly concerned, I know there was South Street and then there was a few on Broad. The Broad ones feel like they're fairly close to where the route passes by and some other stops, but the South Street ones, one is directly adjacent to deed restricted, low income housing, and then just up to the street to the west, there's a whole other complex. So I just want to make sure, and the school. So I really want to make sure that we're doing everything we can here to hold on to those stops in particular, at least making sure that we're looking at that data really carefully before we drop those two stops in particular. I wanted to get a little clarification on study session feedback question number 4. It's the question about whether we wait until 2026 to put all of the service changes in place with Cal Poly moving to the semester and year-round service. And I think that's going to offer a really great opportunity for consistency and ridership and being able to offer more frequent routes. I'm a little bit concerned about putting it off so long, even with Cal Poly not making that transition until 26. We heard the story today about, somebody working at Marigold Shopping Center having no idea that the summer schedule had been put in place and then being kind of left stranded there, right? And I think that those types of situations are the things that lead people who are potential riders to then fall off. And so I'm wondering if there's wiggle room to maybe move that year-round schedule up a little bit earlier there. And I guess that's maybe not so much question as feedback, but yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
No, it's a great segue into something that is missing from this working paper 4 is what's the timing of all this? And it looks very flat, and we're either doing all or none or part of it. And that's what kind of this question, and it's a leading question, obviously, is how are we going to organize these over the next 5 years? And if council wants to see something where there's year-round service beginning in maybe fall of next year, we could totally look to make that part of the plan. The one thing that's missing from Cal Poly's quarter to semester system is we don't have a calendar yet, and it'd be great to know when that's going to start. But if we're going to try to accomplish that a year early, great, doesn't really matter. We'll get ahead of them on it then, I guess.
I love your really ambitious mode split objectives here, getting to 7% by 2030. And I think that pushing off these changes until 2026, fall of 2026, that's pushing us almost into 2027. It gives us just such a short runway to get people up and running with these, with switching over to bus transit. So I'd love to see that happening earlier. I had a question about microtransit. It looked like all the discussion around it was about potentially outsourcing, finding another company to run it. But I know that there are other cities, of comparable size and even smaller in California that are doing microtransit in-house, like Truckee, for example, has their TART Connect, which is an on-demand service, and the little shuttle-type structures like you're talking about, or shuttle vehicles. Was there any thought put into doing microtransit in-house, or is it because it's a pilot we want to outsource it?
Essentially hedging our bets. If this isn't successful, we're not on the hook for a bunch of time and money and vehicles. I mean, there's always a need for vehicles out there, but it would be easier and quicker to lease. The consultant is actually based out of Tahoe area, so they're very familiar with the Truckee microtransit system. And one of the things that they had told me as we discussed microtransit is it's subsidized in the millions, I think, to the tune
$2
of
million
almost,
a year.
Yeah, so it's a lot far away from where kind of we are, and looking to self-fund on a very humble scale, I would say. But yeah, there are options out there if we want to try to acquire older vehicles. There's always the I'll pay you $1 for it kind of thing, and we can get something going. And then if it is successful, great, we have it forever and we have ownership of it. But definitely, because it's new and sort of uncharted territories, pilot program may be a best interim approach.
Oh, excellent. And
Can I ask a question along with that? So I know that Ride On locally does something very similar already, and I guess I wonder, is there a way that we can, I guess do a pilot, but really not necessarily our own pilot? Is there a way that we can maybe subsidize that and communicate it, or just help them communicate what they already do? I'm just curious about us creating something that is already out there in the community that people don't use as much because they don't know that it's there. I worry about us having to take over and do that job that we maybe don't need to.
No, absolutely. I think there's opportunities there. And like I mentioned with the airport reaching out to us, maybe there's a partnership there as well, where they provide, some of the vehicles or some of the support, and then we do the operations or what have you. But I will reach out to Ride On and see what they do and how frequently and what service levels, and if there's a possible partnership there.
Great, thank you. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Absolutely, and actually that was the end of my questioning. Here you go.
Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I did have another question, and that is whether we're doing any kind of origin and destination analysis when we talk about where the bus stops are and the routes. In other words, where are people coming from? Where do they come from, the origin, and where are they going, the destination? And I think that would be very informative in terms of where the bus stop should be. Like, we know Judson Terrace is going to have a lot of people trying to go to a grocery store, that kind of stuff. So have we done that, or is that something to consider?
Yeah, so as part of the rider survey and the community survey, so the rider survey specifically was, where'd you get on, where are you going, are you going to make a transfer, where are you getting off, are you using transit to get back? So we have a lot of that information from current riders. And then during the community survey, I believe we asked the question of, what's your closest stop near your house? And then we can use that to, maybe look at potential new riders. So we have that, and we also have upcoming through Rideshare Week, we may be doing some additional surveying, and we can have input on the survey instrument and possibly add questions about origin and destination. And all that ridership information will play in when we look at coordination between RTA and Slow Transit, because individuals making regional to local transfers, it'd be great to know frequencies and travel patterns, and then we can help sort of plan better either transfer points or maybe even new stops that would benefit individuals trying to get to a destination closer to them.
Yeah, the other question that I have is whether there's been any thought given to having some kind of transit center at the where the Courtyard and the RTA system, they're so close physically. I've been trying to get a decent transit center in the city for decades, but theoretically, there should be some place where you can easily get off an RTA bus and get onto a city bus and vice versa.
We haven't talked about anything at the south end of town where our yards are.
Yeah.
But we did have a discussion about now that Parking Services owns 1166 Higuera, maybe having an accelerated reuse of that. Because I think that's been the general site of a consolidated transit center for many years and several efforts. And so that's going to be part of the capital improvement plan analysis is can we make that happen? What would it take to get there? But we could have them look at doing something in the south end of town. It's I think it would probably require a total reorientation of all of our routes because that, downtown would no longer be the hub. It'd be somewhere completely different. But if there's value, we could have them look at it.
Yeah. No, I mean, most cities have a place where the systems come together easily. And
Yeah, Santa Maria is a great example of that. Yeah.
I mean, it just makes sense. Okay. No, and going back to the origin and destination, I think with the airport, you can bet that there are going to be a lot of people needing to go to the airport at 5 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning. There's just, it's a matter of when the flights go out. And in terms of the origin, I know the Cal Poly students who don't have cars and who want to fly home on vacations or whatever, they're desperate. I know this from having carpooled, or one of our grandsons is going to Cal Poly. It's like I fill the car up with Cal Poly students at 5 o'clock in the morning and get them to the airport. I think there's a lot of potential there, and maybe it is the micro transit at that point. I don't know, but it would be wonderful if people could access that kind of transportation without having to necessarily drive to the airport and then pay for the parking, and if there is parking. And that's the other thing. I think that the airport should be very interested in that kind of thing because they.
And I think that's why they are. And they also reached out about bike lockers and bike share as well. So not just microtransit. I think it was at the first joint committee meeting, Marlene Kramer, who's the director of transportation and parking services, Cal Poly, mentioned that they did have a Cal Poly run shuttle that would take students from the campus. And I think she said there was maybe 3 or 5 people. So it was but I don't know the marketing behind it. I don't know how much they try to put into it, but it wasn't the best return on investment for trying to get students to the airport. But it doesn't necessarily mean it wouldn't work now. And it doesn't mean that a microtransit option overlaid on top of Route 1 wouldn't be successful.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. I think colleagues have asked wonderful questions. I think I just have one, which is kind of building on this idea of what happens at the south end of town, because I'm thinking the last time we did the short-range transit plan, I guess that was 2017, is that what we?
Yeah, it was finalized in 2016.
Yeah, so almost 8 years ago, and then there were just different things happening, and as we think about Avila Ranch in particular and all of those, I'm wondering what's so we've had a lot of surveys of folks who are riding the bus and what they'd like to see, but I'm wondering if we've done like a population heat map and kind of what would be, how do we trigger and entice what could potentially be Route 5. So maybe I realize that's a huge investment and shift, but I'm wondering where does that fit into the process as we kind of deliberate and give some direction as this thing wraps up? Is that the type of thing that we ought to be exploring, or is that just but if we're not going to do this again for 5 years, are we missing this whole population?
No, absolutely. I think it's a great time. And when I talked to the consultants this morning, I think their idea of these developments was that they were going to occur toward more the tail end of the 5-year plan. And after some clarifications, it sounds like Avila will likely be fully online by that time. And so it seems like it's a totally great opportunity to provide service in the south end. So I'm hoping that we can do some sort of loop that involves Tank Farm and Avila within at least an hour time frame, or I should say 50 minutes with a 10-minute restroom break at the end of it. And if not, like I said, we'll be looking at incorporating that into some of our existing routes, particularly the 2.
Okay, so when we get to deliberation, we can kind of clarify some language on that. Great, thank you.
Okay, one last question, and then I won't ask any more for a while. So I asked this during agenda review, and I'm going to ask it again. I was going to not, but the the communication plan. We're talking about for the short range transit plan, and so I understand why it is after the operations and capital plan. But I'm also hearing confusion and questions now. And also I look at, the map that we had that you showed up earlier with the different routes, and I look at the maps that are out there. I'm just gonna mention a really random thing, but some people are colorblind and that doesn't do a darn thing for them. So I'm just looking at how do we look at this at the same time as looking at our current communication plan? Because I feel like it's hard to get people on the bus if they don't know it exists, or they don't know how to get onto it. And if they have smartphones, there's a great app, but if they don't use it and they depend on printing or whatever the announcement is, we're just kind of missing people. So when we go to this first question of, do the alternatives look good? I feel like we're missing that bit of information for people who don't even know how to answer these questions themselves. So just because they don't know what exists and they don't know how to quickly get on and off in their origin and destination plans. So have you talked about the communications now and the communications for the future and how that handoff will happen?
Yes, and we had in June our first kickoff meeting with the sub-consultants that are the marketing consultants. And really, it's not like we were waiting to the final end to bring them in. We had literal paperwork issues with the FTA of getting them approved to operate in California because they're out of state. It was this weird thing. But we have been working with our communications coordinator of what were we doing before? What have we stopped since COVID? And then what could we do differently now? And so we're doing that as a bridge to get through the short range transit plan. So we are definitely looking at, I would say, things that we've never done in the past. Like one, as an example, is on September 26th, we're going to be at Farmers Market, and we're trying to get RTA to go with us. They've reached out to us, and they do a great trip planning element to it. So they will basically say, hey, where are you going and where are you coming from? And they'll map it all out for you. And that's a big barrier to entry, is how confusing it is, how many schedules there are. But our next meeting, which will be on July 23rd, we're going to talk more about campaign-specific stuff with the marketing consultants and hopefully glean from them things that we can start doing now. Like, is there a better way to target audiences through, say, radio ads, which we haven't done since 2016 or 2017? Something we heard from our persons with disability representative on the MTC is that dark backgrounds, light font is a lot better for people with hard of sight, and so we can look at incorporating that into print materials or digital materials, things of that nature. So we are trying with the information and understanding we have now, and so we're hoping that marketing plan will come quicker than rather than later. But if there are other suggestions from council of maybe how we can do that, targeted mailers, should we literally start going door to door for some of the businesses to talk about the downtown access pass, because we have talked internally about that. I'm open to hear about it.
Thank you, and that's also a great comment in the realm of downtown. It's constantly I talk to people and they're like, I didn't even know that was a possibility, or even the youth program during summer, I didn't know that was a thing. So I think there's just so much information always coming at us and to us from so many different realms. So thank you for that. Are we ready for public comment at this point before we get to answering the 1 through 4? Yep. Okay, great. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk?
Yes, we have one public comment. Barry Rands.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council members. Barry Rands here, and I'm representing the Slow Climate Coalition, where I'm the lead of the Green Transportation Program. And as you know, I'm advocating all the time for electric vehicles and also bicycles and e-bikes and that sort of thing. And I just haven't learned a whole lot about the transit system, but I'm learning a lot tonight, and I really appreciate this study, and also had a personal experience. I took the bus here tonight, and one of the things I really liked about the bus is that it was on time. There was a place to put my bike, so I can go home on my bike tonight. Let's see, what else? The app is really nice, user-friendly. Told me exactly when the bus was coming. One of the things I noticed right away was that, there's this effort to have more frequent rides, but you've got the RTA that comes like 2 minutes right before I got on, and I go, man, there should be maybe some better coordination there. And let's see, what else did I notice? Google actually didn't have the updated schedule, because I was looking at what buses on Google first before I learned that there was a slow transit app. And Google didn't have actually the bus, it was 2B. What else? I'm glad to hear about microtransit. That sounds like a really great idea. And I'm wondering, I've heard a lot about autonomous vehicles, of course. Is there such a thing as autonomous transit? That's something that might be looked into. And, oh yeah, integration with the bike share program. I'm hoping, I didn't hear anything about that. I'm hoping that that's on the plans. And thank you for this presentation.
Thank you so much. Actually, Mr. Vance reminded me, can you share whether it's Google Maps, Apple Maps, how does that information of our bus schedules when they do change, how does that get to the Apple Maps or the Google Maps software, however that works?
So we have this like basically files that are updated on a regular basis called GTFS, which is General Transit Feed Specifications. And people like Google take that and they import it into their system. And we do update it on a regular basis. And then we also have authority to go in there and make changes to what's on Google Maps. Sounds like they may not have the most current package of information, and or we need to go in there and make some changes to it. So with our new communications coordinator coming online, we have re-engaged them and then trying to get her those administrative rights so she can go in there as well. So we're not just solely relying on one person in the city, but it is something I will look into, because that's what we found too is one of the biggest complaints is the transit app is not correct. And then additionally, Google Maps is not correct. And that just doesn't tie to, our GTFS data, but it's also our real-time auto location and GPS that was in the transit innovation study as one of the recommendations that we have funding for now, and we're pursuing replacement of that equipment. So it will improve over the next year.
Nice. So it'll be like a push-pull versus just one way.
It'll be more consistent and more reliable, and it'll give also an ability, as we talked about, bus stop improvements to push that stuff out in real time wirelessly to bus stops as well.
Nice. That sounds good. All right. Well, we should probably get to your study session feedback questions for the 1 through 4. Do you mind putting those back up?
Yeah, do I have the ability to do it? Yeah. Okay, my apologies. Did I stop sharing?
And we do have it on page 372 of our packet, so we can probably just go ahead and do that. Okay, great. Thank you.
There we are.
Thank you. Okay, so Vice Mayor Pease.
Great, thank you so much. Again, I appreciate all of this, and it's been interesting being on the RTA board to be following these studies in parallel. So that's been great. I do appreciate the recommendations. Clearly, we're all in alignment that the trippers, the express and the trippers are no-brainers, and as soon as we get enough drivers, right, we're not waiting for any of this stuff. We're just getting those rolling. Is that That's my
chomping at the bit,
understanding.
and I was
Yeah.
hoping I didn't have to talk about drivers, but I'm happy to do so
Yeah.
tonight.
It's okay. It will be a distraction. So, okay, so definitely wanting to do the trippers, expanding the service for the, 4A and 4B. Those are our most productive. I do think we need to focus that. The B routes going on weekends, I think that's really going to help with the consistency. So those are very data-driven. I think that the conversations that we're having about routes in general, I think we just, it sounds like we need to see a little bit more, like the changes to get on-time performance are going to be super helpful, but at what price in terms of at least one of those? And then is there some creativity in being able to solve two or three problems at the same time if we think about this, something at the south end of town that's triggered by population increases rather than what people are asking for. If they haven't had any access to it, then they're maybe not in the loop yet. So if I just think about the airport area expansion and what's going to happen over those next 5 years. So the one thing that, we didn't really touch much about this except that we're getting zero emission buses, and then because we need buses to increase service, we would keep our non-zero emission buses in service longer. I'm super supportive of that. I think that we'll electrify as we can, but there's no point, the carbon of saving the cars, all car trips, and anyway, so all those reasons. So,
May I just
absolutely.
add something to that question, that prompt? There is this thing called midlife rebuilds that you can do, and it extends a life. I don't know if we would need to extend the life an additional 5 or 7 years of some of the vehicles, but we could do it. It's something that would be quicker and cheaper than buying a new vehicle. So that may be seen in the operational and capital investments working papers, is timing of those possible midlife rebuilds. We could always just risk it and run old buses with high miles as long as we can, but doing these rebuilds would get the most out of them for the next 7 years.
Right,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
know RTA does a ton of that, and they just get
Yes.
a lot of miles for one vehicle, so I do support that. The microtransit, that did show up. I did go back and kind of review the transit innovation study, and other than kind of the main, expansion of service, the next kind of high priority items in that transit innovation study were about the technology and the boarding and the GPS and all of those types of things. And the microtransit was kind of in that explore in the medium. And it would have to be a pretty compelling case to make me think that that's a priority for us. I'm not seeing it as going to generate the ridership, the efficiency, the bang for the buck, all of those types of things from what I'm seeing so far. So that's my, at this point, I kind of feel like, unless there was something really compelling that said this is the most cost-effective way and it's going to generate a lot, I feel like the biggest bang for our buck is increasing, improving the headways and the hours of service for those folks who are really on board, and to come to Mayor's point about collaboration, that those folks who really need are very transit dependent have some other options in the city. So it doesn't improve everything, but that's I'm kind of ready to move away from microtransit. And then year round when we can. But certainly it should be in the 5-year plan. So if we can do it sooner and it's justifiable, great, but otherwise, absolutely, it should, at a minimum, line up with Cal Poly going to year round. And I guess the other comment that I would just say is, big picture, I really appreciate that the plan is including options, the doubling of service, even though it's like $2 million. We want to know what that looks like, because it's not just about like, oh, are we getting the ridership? Are we having enough service that people don't need to own cars, right? Because then it expands. It's not just, hey, we have this transit system that works. We have so much more leverage to be able to reduce the parking, off-site parking requirements, because people have options that, we're doing great with bikes, and pedestrian, but some people need vehicles and a way to get around. And if the bus can start to do that in a way that, just, folks who need cars have access to it, but there's other ways that are easy and more affordable and convenient to not have a car in the first place. So I just think that that land use perspective maybe helps us to elevate making the intensification, the investment, right? And then finally, just kind of in alignment with that, is that just, again, planting that seed about where does the money come from, and that we've talked about in some of these areas, as we redevelop corridors, and where a program might have had in the past a parking in lieu fee, is that we would transition to an annual mobility fee. And so then we're not collecting parking funds and then stuck having to build another parking structure, but what we're doing is we're making the whole system work and have some annual funding to be able to supplement the service. And then people are riding more, and then that's, then we get this fare box recovery ratio, et cetera. So I'm excited about this, where this is going, keeping the big goals in there, and thinking about those funding options. So I think I covered everything there, but we can circle back if I missed one.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Well, I really don't want to get into the enterprise fund funding discussion tonight, but I guess I have a lot to say about all this, and I think I really struggled with looking at all of the different options and variables, and the hardest part for me was not knowing exactly what the trade-offs were in terms of cost. I mean, the costs are outlined in the tables very clearly, but the impact on each individual rider, like knowing how implementing some of these things, because I want it all. Like, I want increased headways, I want more routes, I want evening services, I want it all. So for me to differentiate which ones are the priority was really hard without knowing what the cost would be to the user. So I'm going to try as best I can to set that aside and just stick to what we've heard in the surveys, which is more frequency and evening service. So with that, I hear what Vice Mayor Pease is saying about Route 4A and B, and that showing that it's the most impacted. So maybe that's where we should, look at headway times first and increasing frequency. But that only serves one little part of the city. And so I actually was weighing back in my mind, increasing. I think where I'm weighing at the moment is trying to increase headways on the A routes. Basically, those are where we already see the most the most riders citywide. And so that can impact, I feel like, more riders citywide if we're able to find a way to increase those A routes. And there are the ones that are midweek, right? So more commuters on those buses. Microtransit, I like the idea of a pilot project with microtransit. I would like to see it again citywide, more than just in the south part of the city, although I recognize where that idea came from, and that is currently the part of the city where there is the least transit access. So I wouldn't thumb wrestle over that one. I would say let's try it either in the south part of the city or citywide, but my preference would be citywide, and maybe in the evenings if it's more economically feasible to do that, rather than increase, the fixed routes in the evenings. But I will say that the thing that I hear probably the most just in my travels around the community and from constituents is the concerns from downtown employees about being able to maybe get to work and utilize the downtown access pass to get to work, but that they can't get home at night if they work in the, in the restaurant industry or the retail industry, that that they get off work when the buses are done running. And we had a community member here who thankfully he rides a bike, but he could get to the meeting tonight, but couldn't get home on the bus. So that's something that is on my mind as well. Would love to go to year-round service. I think there's a level of confusion around the community about when the buses are running, at what time of year. And that was echoed tonight in some of our comments. So I don't know if we could do it before Cal Poly, I guess, before Cal Poly goes year-round, but I'd be curious to know if that's an option. And as to the questions, I guess I didn't really touch on all the questions here, but so for question number 1, I guess I'm more in favor of the increasing headways on, let's see, that's about the times of day, right?
Should I go back to one of the tables, make it?
I think, yeah, I
think it was this one.
Yeah, so that's just increasing the 4A and B is the recommendation. I think I said, I'm leaning towards increasing A routes, all headways. That's frequency during the academic year. I'd love to see us do some increased frequency throughout the city. And then I'm okay with the idea of keeping our buses on the road longer if we need to do that. And I think I talked about microtransit, and that's it for now.
Councilmember Francis.
For all of your comments so far. There was a great comment made at Civic Well this past year that we really need to start measuring transit infrastructure not by how well it recoups costs, but instead by how well it serves the community. And I really feel like this conversation is moving us in that direction. And I'm so grateful to all the work that you've done so far. Coming around to the questions here, I'm in favor of the recommended alternatives with caveats I think that have been mentioned already, but just to reiterate, I'm really concerned about the loss of the South Street stops. Obviously want to defer to data on this, but just want to make sure we're evaluating that really carefully before we cut those stops, maybe a little bit more analysis, make sure that's a data-driven decision. Academic year schedules, a few of the recommendations in here articulate that they're going to follow academic year schedules, and I'm going to answer this later, but I really want to see us moving to year-round as soon as possible. I know that's expensive, but I really feel like we're capturing the data showing that we have this high ridership during the academic year, and yes, Cal Poly is a huge proportion of our ridership, but I think part of that is because we essentially take it away when Cal Poly's not here, so nobody can use it for reliable transportation. And if it's not dependable during the summer, then it's not necessarily something that people are going to use year-round. So I want to see that move in that direction as soon as we can. To answer question 2 about buses, I love the idea of being able to extend the life. I just feel like we already have all of the materials that have gone into the manufacturing of these buses and the energy and all of that. And I know we want to get to electrification as soon as possible, but yeah, let's keep those things on the road and get as many buses out there as we possibly can. Microtransit for me is a little bit complicated. I know that some places it's working really well and some places it's not, and it tends to be whether it's well advertised, if it's focused in one particular area, if it's meeting the needs of the people. And that's such a tricky thing for me to prescribe at this moment, as it makes sense to do it along one fixed route or citywide. When I originally was thinking about microtransit, when we were having these conversations early on, I was really thinking about it sort of meeting the needs of being something that circulates downtown more like the trolley. And so kind of picking people up in the downtown corridor and moving them around on those 15-minute intervals, maybe from transit center to the different parking garages to kind of, again, encourage people parking out on the margins and then getting them circulating around in the downtown corridor. I'd love to see it on a larger scale. I'm worried about sort of the cost and investment. I'd love to learn more about it. If there are other companies out there that we could outsource it to and do a pilot, I'd certainly be interested in seeing what it looks like here. But I also don't want to leave the idea of like expanding the trolley type service behind too. I think that that would be a really nice use of some sort of microtransit. Council or Vice Mayor Pease made an interesting side comment that I'm not going to attempt to open the can of worms at this moment, but I think there's interesting future discussion to be had around transit funding and in lieu fees, and it's maybe for another night. But we really need to figure out how to, if we're going to, meet this mode shift, we need to figure out how to, move these things a little bit more quickly, and that takes money. And I think it'd be interesting to have a conversation around there. And I think I answered it all. So I'll move on to the next one. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I agree with most of the comments that people have made already. I do want to say that the question of evening service is something that's come up. Mr. Rands is not the first person who's been stranded at City Hall. I've given people rides home, actually, who got here by the bus and stayed to the very last city council, to the liaison report. And, so there's that. And in terms of the downtown employees, I really think we need to engage the Downtown Association and say, look, this is a problem for the downtown association. It's not just a problem for the city trying to, service your needs. You need to tell us, and you need to, survey the employees, or at least encourage different employers to to figure out what is the need, and see if there's a way that we can safely get these downtown employees, if not to the bus stop closest to their home, at least out of the central core. I agree that increasing the headway is great. It'd be a great thing to do. The coordination with RTA that Mr. Renz brought up is something that has been a problem forever. So and maybe this short-term transit plan that both entities are doing can look at that. Say like if you have RTA buses, I think it's the one kind of across from Trader Joe's, there's an RTA stop, and then there's a city stop, and then they're pretty much going to the same place. I'm just imagining that. I don't know exactly where they're going, but trying to figure out where's the redundancies and where can we augment it, maybe just in terms of the timing. So maybe our buses come every hour and their buses come every hour, but there actually is a half an hour. You see what I'm saying? We're like coming at 1 and they're coming at 1:30. I mean, it could just be a matter of timing as much as anything else. But I love the idea of having a real transit center. Part of the problem with what we have right now, and is that the city hall is uphill from a large part of the downtown, and so they get people with wheelchairs. And again, I probably a bunch of us have had this experience of actually helping somebody in a wheelchair get up the hill to get to the bus, going from the RTA bus, crossing the street and trying to get to, anyway. So I'd love to see that with the capital improvement. But yes, on refurbishing the buses. And when it comes to microtransit, I think I like the idea, but I think it would have to be kind of surgically applied. So that's, to me, a whole question, like, where would be the best way to, is it running around in the downtown like Councilmember Francis was talking about? Is it perhaps some of that east-west communication, transportation problem. I mean, every time I see somebody walking along Tank Farm Road, I'm happy that they haven't been hit yet. I mean, it feels so dangerous on that corridor. And again, going back to origin and destination, I was thinking of like Councilmember Francis was mentioning her husband's a Cal Poly employee. So where are the students and the employees and the staff of Cal Poly living in this city? Just as an example, also with Cuesta, where are they living in our city? And maybe that would help us understand where the different stops should be located. So let's see, did I answer all the questions? Oh, the year-round? I think it makes sense. And Cal Poly's just put it off another year, right? Nobody wants to do it. Nobody at Cal Poly wants to go to semesters, but they're going to have to. So, yeah, but I think it would be a great experiment, and also the fact that young people can ride for free during the summer is great. And so if we had better service year-round, I think that would be a plus. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Thank you. Just wanted to add one more thing about microtransit, because we've all sort of, what I'm hearing people say is that there's still feels like there's maybe some uncertainty about what it actually is. Like, I think maybe I'm thinking about it in some ways like an express route that just does, quick trips to between, a couple of different locations. Or is it more of a call-up service, almost like an Uber, which might have a somewhat of a trail that it follows, but could take longer if a lot of people happen to call up at a certain time. So I guess that help clarifying that when we revisit this again might be a little bit more helpful for us to know whether we're totally on board with it or not too. I like the idea and concept, and I think that's what I'm hearing others say too, but it's like, what does that actually look like when the details are in place?
Well, and if I could add, through the analysis, the way it was envisioned is sort of what you talked about in the second half, is someone would call, or there'd be an app or online and basically say, I want to get picked up at this time, and there'd be a reasonable window, 30 minutes or what have you. I don't know if that's exactly what it would be, and then they'd pick you up and then take you there. It would be likely more expensive than fixed route, but cheaper than like Uber or Lyft. It wouldn't operate the same hours as Uber or Lyft, but it would go beyond what we operate now. But you're right, there may be an option where it's more of like a shuttle type service. One thing that was discussed at one of the joint meetings was, could we do a shuttle service in some of these newer developments that would then like marry up with a major stop? So there is a possibility of having that too. And maybe seeing both options side by side would be helpful.
Thank you. I think I'll go on to the micro since we're already here. I think partially also thinking about, we're not a large community where you have, what's the blue company, Super Shuttle or something that, you have that happening all the time from the airport. So I think maybe in that same thought, there is an aspect that only during certain times we have that kind of surge, almost like a park and ride concept, with the ending in a big stop or ending at a big location. The other thing too, and I have thought of micro transit in two different ways. One, many times when parking started to change downtown and parking rates increased and just development increased, I had comments from people who were either seniors or who were people with disabilities that just said, it's too hard for me to come downtown, it's confusing, and if they just had access to get here quickly, or just I'm going on my trip for lunches on Tuesdays, and we have this, that's what I'm doing. And that might be more of expanding what Ride On or someone else already does. It might be a pilot program to see if it works, something where it's like, seniors, or not that you have to pick seniors, but just might be that, try it out kind of thing. So I think there might be something as far as a specific route at certain times. There also might be, when I think about South Street and where my colleagues were going, I think you've got these affordable housing locations that we have to get them to groceries and we have to get them to pharmacy and medical appointments. So I think about microtransit being able to do that kind of thing where you're having a very small loop based on kind of certain areas. And I think that's kind of your quarter mile, check it out, do we have a desert? But then also in the don't worry, we're always going to have that 10 o'clock, or don't worry, we're always going to have the 8 o'clock, or whatever that looks like, so that you know you can get to the doctor, you know you can get to groceries. And as we expand downtown with living, I think that downtown shuttle idea could be really great if it also looped right over to the grocery store. So I think that's where I don't want to see where we grow our housing to end up being then later a food desert. So if we can help people be able to get to all of that access, I think that's going to be really key. So I see micro transit in two different ways, and really curious to see where that will go. So we'll go from there. And I also go back to the whole, nothing for us without us. If we're having these questions about the 4 stops that'll be potentially taken away at South, let's reach out to every house, whether they take the bus or not, because if they thought, oh, I can always get on, not knowing that I'm going to not be able to get on, there might be a different answer today versus losing it in a year or whatever it might be, losing the stops in a year. So I think that's important, that maybe there are certain areas that we do actually put out a mailer or a door hanger or something more than the survey that was done a year ago, because it wasn't a question they would have answered because they didn't know they would be losing it. So I think that's important. So going back to the LSC and staff's preliminary alternative recommendations, overall, I agree. If South Street is really, there's people that are really asked, and I think it has to be done also when school is in session, because you have all of these parents that you do at least have, or families that at least have somewhat of a captive audience opportunity with the boosters or PTA or the front office. I mean, you have some access to people in that way. The other part of it is similar to the conversation earlier with parking district. If we don't ask the people who we're actually affecting, then we're going to make some decisions based on data that we don't actually have yet, and that concerns me. The other thing is, I think that the Cal Poly question, I think there's 2 parts of the Cal Poly question. There was the number 1, which is, should we increase 4A, which yes, we should. I'm good with that. But then we get into, but not everyone lives in that area. And as we've expanded housing throughout the city, there are more and more students that live off of Johnson. I mean, that expanded for a while now. And so, and then we could continue on Johnson all the way out to Marigold, et cetera. So just when we look at this, are we always just going to say that Cal Poly students live next to Cal Poly? That's not necessarily true, or Ocean Air, not necessarily true. So I just really want to encourage you to ask the students. You've got the ASI person that maybe is the next meeting for the MTC, but you also have the whole ASI group. You have many people at Cal Poly that I hope that you really do an outreach for. As far as year-round, I really appreciate Councilmember Francis, you saying, I mean, when you can't depend on it, you don't use it. And so I think year-round does make sense. Not just Mr. Rance, but we also had another member that had to leave because the 7:15 was the last bus. So I think, this is something that if we can get people in the knowledge that, no, we've got this bus all year long, you can depend on it, utilize it, I think that's important. And little by little, summer has started to grow for Cal Poly, even regardless of this fall 26. So we want those students, staff, and faculty utilizing it now versus let's wait 2 more years. So I think that's important. And then the concept of transit, keeping in-service buses, absolutely. I think that's going to be the way that we can increase these routes and increase the frequency, increase the hours. So to me, that seems logical. Use your expertise on what you're already sharing about how you can, refurbish a bus or do whatever you need to do. And I think there's also buses that aren't in service during summer from school. Maybe we're borrowing those for a bit. I don't know, and not that that has to be it. And school buses probably aren't what we're gonna drive around. But I feel like let's be creative and let's be innovative, and we're big fans of recycle, reuse, so let's figure out how do we do that, even in the transit realm. And I know that sounds funny, and maybe a little jacket for the bus might feel funny, but I think we also have to be creative. So anyway, so I think I've answered all the 12,000 questions we've all talked about. I will say that I'd love to see more on, it's always what I ask for, more communication, but I think more in the targeted way. And I think, as you mentioned around surgical, I think there is an aspect of some of these questions when we ask out in a blanket, people aren't going to respond. So I think there are times where we can specifically ask the affordable housing units, they have property management on staff or on site. Let's ask them to get that information out, because is someone that's working 3 jobs going to answer this survey? Probably not. But if they realize, wait, there's a way I could get on here for free and actually use it and access it, then that's a different story. So I think just really helping people understand how we're trying to help them could be a really good thing. And I think, again, ambassadors, you can utilize us, you can utilize the advisory body committees. I mean, there are so many people that want to figure out how do we help with transportation that I think we can get that done. So thank you so much for all of this time. Any other questions you have for us?
No, but maybe if I could try to just recap a lot, or at least what I heard, and then you can tell me if that was correct or not.
Yes.
So with routes 1 and 3, look for alternatives that don't have as big of an impact, i.e. eliminating stops. But if we do go forward with this, extensive outreach needs to be done well before any changes are made. Pursue year round. And I was going to clarify, if we have a final plan by January and we're moving into the financial plan process in March, probably the following summer is a little bit too quick, but we would start messaging it, and then the summer before Cal Poly goes year round is we would continue our academic service, and then so we'd be a couple months ahead of them. The capital plan will have midlife rebuilds, bus shelter improvements and maintenance, and then as well as consolidated transit center. And then microtransit probably needs to be better defined, and then once it's better defined, provide specific alternatives on what that looks like. And then I think, and then how about as a middle ground, we have that 4A service frequency, but then Councilmember Shoresman, you wanted to see all the A routes expanded. Could we do it as a phase where we do 4A in the morning and evening, and then maybe as we gain traction with capital investments, then we look to do them across all routes? Would that be something that would be possible?
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I know that this is, like I said, there's going to be a big expense in all this, and we don't really know, even though we're talking about what we'd like to see now, we don't know what any of this really costs to us or the users, except in sort of a theoretical way. So phasing in seems reasonable, but again, probably more communication challenges with phasing something in.
Absolutely. And then the last...
I think you had Vice Mayor Pease on that too.
I apologize.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just going to chime in that I didn't hear elevating a new transit center. I mean, I would love to have a new transit center, but as far as I know, it's not on our capital improvement project right now, and it wouldn't fit in the site that we have. And I feel like we have that would be so crazy expensive, and we have so many other priorities. So I don't know if Mr. Horn wants to weigh in, but that's the first time hearing about that thing bubble up again. And I just want to make sure that we're not going down some rabbit hole that's not at all realistic.
I think we talked about it during the parking lot acquisition. I think it might be a part of it too. One of the options. Yeah, it's one of the options.
Yeah, but remember, and it was crazy expensive, and it was like part of a parking structure, and it didn't fit, is my recollection as well.
True, true. Mr. Horn.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there are a couple items that we've been looking at doing for the transit center. One is doing a refresh of out here to provide better facilities for our users, and better restroom facilities, or something to better provide for our needs. A long-term vision with the purchase of 1166 was kind of talked about as a transit center. The thought process, if we included it in the short-range transit plan as a fifth year or future item, we could start to program it in the capital program. We could start to look for grant opportunities to help bring that to fruition. So having it in our if we had it in our 5-year horizon, might bring it to fruition in a 10-year horizon, if that is something that we kind of want to look for in the future. So that would just be my thought. If you want to see it in the next decade, you probably want to have some information about it in this document.
Okay, so preliminary exploring of where that could go long-term. Okay, I'm all right with that. Thank you.
I think that's important to at least have it in the radar. We've been talking about this for, what, 20 years? Yeah. Councilmember Francis.
I just wanted to clarify that if we're going to be talking about it on the 10-year horizon, I want to make sure we're talking about a transit hub with like all of the different stuff. I know we had already explored
Mobility
that.
hub and integrating what Mr. Rands had communicated about bike share.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
that's a recommendation in the transit innovation study. I'm not ignoring that by any means.
Awesome.
I think the last element of the feedback that that will make it in the administrative plan is new route. I'm not going to call it Route 5. That would make that connection between Broad and Higuera and possibly either service Avila or changes to the existing routes that would allow service to Avila.
And you mean Avila Ranch, right?
Avila Ranch, yes.
Just want to make sure, in case anyone watches this later and thinks we're going to Avila.
Yeah, we're taking over.
Yeah, that's our TA.
Yes, and then something that's not in here, but when Councilmember Marks, when you talked about coordination, Cal Poly time has also been approved to go away at, I think, the same time of fall 2026. So there's definitely going to be coordination between RTA and the city about how we line up with their new schedule of top of the hour, and I think 30 minutes for beginning a class session. So that, yeah, there's going to be heavy communications about coordination and timing of transfers.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for this study session. This was really useful, and I'm sure that there'll be more conversation in the next few months as you start to prepare this for us in November. Yeah, over the next decade, but November.
And so just real quick, because we're talking about next steps, incorporate all this feedback, start working on working paper 5 and 6. We're going to have another joint committee meeting end of September, maybe early October, and then be back with administrative plan, and then hopefully January adoption, and then it'll be off to the races.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, I don't think you need a vote of anything, so we'll move forward on to the next topic, which is very simple, liaison reports and communications. And Vice Mayor Pease.
Great. I just have two. I was able to, as SLOCOG, I'm the alternate for Fred Strong on LOSAN, the Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo corridor. And Councilmember Francis joined me in attending that remotely yesterday. Anyway, so one of the big things that they were talking about is resiliency along the 230 miles of rail that's along the coast, and kind of Lompoc down to Gaviota, that area, and trying to do some reinforcing, and then the rest is much more, LA to San Diego. But it's a bunch of money, and to make all that happen. But it's definitely, it's on their radar. They have a lot of technical solutions, and then some routes will try to move long-term a little bit more inland as well. So that was important. And then also is able to participate in Fiesta Latina. Thank you to the mayor and to Councilmember Shoresman for also participating in that. And it's 30 years of the Latino Outreach Council, and mayor had a proclamation to celebrate that, and they were super appreciative, and it was a really fun event at the Dalla de Adobe. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you to Vice Mayor Pease for the invitation to participate in LoSAN. That was pretty special to get to be a part of that. Last Friday, also had the opportunity to go to the SLOMA preview. They have 9 new artists and a really cool display. So highly recommend everybody get down there and check it out.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, it was a busy last part of the week last week. I went to the police, saw the vice mayor at the police promotional ceremony. They did 2 promotions, 2 swearing in of new officers, and 3 life-saving awards. So a lot going on, and thank you to our police department. They do a great job, and it was nice to celebrate so many of our great police officers. Also volunteered, saw Councilmember Francis on her way to the SLOMA event Friday night as I was checking IDs at concerts in the plaza. So that was fun. I'll be doing that one more time in August. And then great job to the Vice Mayor on the Fiesta Latina event at the De La Day Adobe on Saturday. And then also forced my 16-year-old to go to the ice cream party at the Jack House with me on Sunday afternoon. And so he helped make a dent in the ice cream and toured the Jack House by all the great docent volunteers. It was a lot of fun, so.
I love it. That's awesome. My favorite is the holidays at Jack House, the winter holidays. So let's see. On the 3rd, we have the Cal Cities legislative update. It was the webinar that is also recorded, not pre-recorded, recorded. So if you wish to watch it, you can as well. Great updates on the many bills that will be that have moved forward, and now the many ballot items that we'll be seeing in November. Also on the 9th, I mentioned it briefly earlier, the CARE community briefing is the Attorney General's hate crime report. So just encourage you to check it out. It's all online. There's like 4 different reports you can check out, and just really interesting as far as how our county is looked at, because they really look at the counties. They don't really look at the cities, and just interesting information. Also on the 11th and 12th, I was down in Pasadena. I went to the statewide board meeting for Cal Cities, which was partially paid for by the city, by our city. And it was also a very interesting meeting around a lot of updates, a lot of changes as far as the how the policy committees are looking at all of the different issues and how we can tie in together as far as what are the bills that really matter to the city and what will affect us. And one of those was the retail theft bill, of course, housing bill, the climate bond bill, and then we also talked about some of the diversity caucuses we have through the Cal Cities, and some of the potential maybe not exactly equitable issues that were happening, and just really push the Cal Cities to hold up their end of the bargain from 21 and move forward on that equity plan, the strategic plan that they had put together. So COVID, made us all kind of really focus on a lot of changes, and then housing, and where do we keep going with the work that we've already been doing and already been planning. And lastly, just thank you so much for the Fiesta Latina. That was great from Latino Outreach Council. Great to see 30 years of Latino Outreach Council celebrated. So Vice Mayor Pease.
I was wondering if you'd like to touch on the other major milestone of the week, which is the city manager selection and a preview to the August 20th meeting.
That's a great thought, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. I feel like we saw so many announcements that's like check and done. But really, since the last time we met, we met as a council. We did decide on our city manager, and that is really exciting. Whitney McDonald will be joining us, as she has for the last 8 months or 6 months, 3 months. I don't know how many months. I'm totally off. So sorry. She's been here like 8 months, but for the last 2 months, she has been sitting in the interim city manager position and now moving forward. So really excited. She really won us over through the national search, and was amazing to see all of the work she has done, and how she's brought together the staff and the community and the council, quite honestly. So really can't wait to see what she has for us over these next however many years that she chooses to stay her career here. So. Looking forward to also August 20th, because we have canceled our next meeting August 6th. As usual, we have our summer break. November 14th, we confirmed our calendar, of course. So we will meet together again August 20th, and that will be where her contract is confirmed, assuming that everyone decides to confirm it. So, and then she'll be officially official, the city manager. Thank you for that reminder. Well, have a wonderful night, and we'll see you on the 20th.